more Draconic Resonance. I forgot to go ahead and send a ping out to the Discord server. So give me just one moment. Alright, so we are up first. Our hand looks pretty good, actually. Let's see what we've got. Only 2 set cards is actually a little bit of a problem. My opponent probably isn't going to be able to make 2 boss monsters on turn 1. But do we play the Bunker Strike and use Widespread Ruin to protect ourselves, or do we just wait? I'm going to take a really risky play and summon this Bunker Strike. I'm thinking even if they get a Slayer, it's a 50-50 for them to lose it. And other than that, they would need a Triad Drago in order to summon 2 high-level monsters, and they would need like a perfect 6 cards to make that happen. And a Dragius play gets punished by Phantom Bind, even without the Widespread Ruin. So let's go ahead and see if we can turn this early aggression into a quick win. Setting 1 monster and 2, and now here's the big part. It looks like they are preparing for a tribute summon. It is a Bunker Strike. That does give them the potential to find a Triad Drago, but it doesn't look like they do. Draconic Resonance boosts by 500, but we have our Widespread Ruin. So they are going down. If we draw a Slayer on the next turn, we can get a ton of damage. And we do exactly that. Set 1, set 2, and this game is effectively over. They should have a very, very difficult time coming back from this. Because we can destroy their back row, we have 2 of our own, and we're hitting them for over 4,000 points of direct damage. Let's go ahead and activate Draconic Resonance, boost up our monster with the skill, head into the battle phase, swing in. The highest monster we can expect is a Triad Drago with 1,300, and deal the 5,100 damage. Alright, so Phoenix Dragon is going to get them the Bunker Strike again. But without Draconic Slayer, they basically don't have any way to successfully deal with the board. And there goes the Draconic Slayer after they just tossed away both Phoenix Dragon. There is no way for them to recur that Slayer, as it would be unheard of to see a 3rd Phoenix Dragon over Dragius. I don't think I've seen a single player running it outside of some really basic discussion in my Discord server, which was just theory crafting. So we see the resonance. We will let that attack go on through, and then they lose the game as we flip Phantom Bind and make them lose the Bunker Strike. And that brings us one step closer to the top 100. I'm definitely seeing a lot of the same names as we go into these duels. We get the bare minimum 1,000 points. And we need to get over 30,000 to secure our rank. Alright, time for game number 2. We'll go ahead and see how it goes. Hopefully we can keep up this win streak. This is taking a while to load, but it seems like our internet connection should be okay. Looking like it is going to kick us out of this one. But we'll go ahead and try it one more time. And of course, it is another Luke. I would say 80 to 90% of the players I am facing are on Luke decks. I saw a Roa and a Mimi at some point, but it's been a long time. Hopefully we get a low level. We do not. This is looking really bad. All we can do is pass turn. Draconic Slayer's even going to destroy the Phantom Bind for free. And very few players are on pressure. That is almost guaranteed to be a trap card of some sort. I'm not sure if there's anything we can draw here that changes the outcome of this duel. We go 1 and 2. If it's a Phantom Bind, we can clear the board, and then there's a 1 in 1 billion chance that they are going to draw into 5 high levels. So that is all we are able to do. If they draw exclusively level 5 or higher monsters, we are still in the game. Unfortunately, they do not. So it is looking like a quick defeat. Things could be worse though. At least it's a quick loss, so we can go ahead and get into the next game. Ba-ba-bum. And this has more or less been my experience for most of the day. I've been at this 25,000 range for a really long time. I did make it all the way up to 29,000 for a little bit, but then I went on a nice little loss streak. So maybe this is just around where I truly belong to be ranked. Even if we don't make it to top 100, I am pretty happy with how well we have done so far. But I am not going to give up that easy. There is still plenty of time left in the event. This is a great opening hand. We can set up the Sports Dragon for later. And we even have back row to protect us. Pass turn, and I do see we are having some internet issues. Oh, drawing all the big eyes at the beginning of the duel feels so bad. Absolutely. I only run 6 boss monsters though, so I actually have been having more problems with games where I can't find them at all. My opponent has a Triad Drago and goes into a Bunker Strike. They probably aren't going to be able to summon a Slayer this turn, which is nice. So as long as I use the Ruin and then draw into a high level monster, I can make a huge swing on the next turn. My opponent is on Gravity Press Dragon, and I have run into a few players doing this. However, I do think it is incorrect. Ultimately, the deck is a little bit too bricky if you're running trap cards, all of the high level stuff, and a Gravity Press on top of it. And a Gravity Press is unfortunately the weakest link. You obviously cannot cut Draconic Slayer. It is the most important card. Bunker Strike is a huge consistency piece, and Dragius is Dragius. Let's go ahead and widespread Ruin and see if we can make a big comeback on turn number 3. This is what I mean though, it all comes down to whether or not I'm able to find a single high level monster. And just like that, we are in trouble. Unfortunately, I think this is the best I can do. I should probably still go in and grab the damage I can. This might be the wrong play though. Outside of Dragius, they don't really punish a set 3 play, and if they're only running 1 copy, just having the 3 monsters face down, stalling for a little bit, could have been a better play. Draco Kid, the extra Dragius probably wouldn't have made a difference. I mean, we did see a Phoenix Dragon earlier, but it's okay. Ultimately, the Phoenix Dragon comes up more often than the Dragius does. But if you want to run Dragius at 2, I'm not going to stop you. Okay, so they did have the Dragius to punish us anyway. So this is probably another quick loss. 2 set cards and a set monster. That probably means it's a Triad Drago face down. So we aren't taking a ton of damage here. I mean, okay, we are. We're taking 4,000 damage. But we're not dead. It's our turn, and we find a Slayer. We'll go with Pitcher to revive the Slugger. Draconic Slayer. We're gonna set the Lesser Dragon and summon the Dragonite to try to go ahead and make some progress on the board. 1, 2, and 3. Activate the skill. 1 and 2. Slayer, pop a face down. And, oh, we whiffed. That is no good. I was hoping to keep the pressure. Oh, but they might have 2 pressures. Which is actually still pretty bad for us. If they have a pressure set, 2,000 damage is trivial to deal with basically any hand they draw. Especially since they have both Sports Dragons already set. We'll wait a second just to confirm and let them take the KO. Ultimately, I don't think there's too much we could have done differently in this one. Bunker Strike, and that is game. They're going for the full combo, even though they could just head into the battle phase already. There we go. Let's see how we do in game number 4. Alright, and that does put us back down to the 25,000 range, which is where I've been spending basically the entire night. That is good though. Yesterday we were plateauing at around 20,000, so we have made some progress. The issue is that everyone else has made a little bit more progress. So yesterday 25,000 would have been top 100, but now we need to be like above 30,000. Alright, we are going first again. And we have an okay opening hand. Slayer is fine. We are going to keep it for sure. Set a card and pass. So if I was running 2 Dragius, there'd be a 50% chance I'd open 2 7s here. So as a counterpoint to Draco, it really just depends on the game. Some games you're going to want 2 Phoenixes, some games you are going to want 2 Dragius. We're up against a Clear Ice Dragon deck, which means they probably don't have a way to deal with the Phantom Bind, but they also are much less weak to it. Only 1 attacking monster is pretty good for us. And I think we are ready to make a move. Set the pitcher, and then Bunker Strike first. We can get rid of the Phoenix, as even if we mill a low level, or a high level, as long as it's not specifically Dragius, we probably don't want to recur it. Okay, and now we're going to end up with 3 cards remaining in our hand. We want to put one of the Slayers back for later, so we're going to draw that next turn for sure. We have a pitcher, so we want to use this Slugger on a future turn. And then Try a Drago makes sense as a way to get extra cards in the future. After that, we can set the Twin Edge Dragon, summon out our Dragonic Slayer, and then summon another Twin Edge. Unfortunately, it's not going to be able to attack twice this turn, but we will at least clear the board, including the face down trap card. Let's go ahead and destroy whatever it is they have set. Monster Reincarnation, not bad to get rid of. Activate 1 and 2, and now we inflict a little bit over 1,000 damage and reset the situation. They do have both of the dragons set up in the for an Ancient Arise in the future. But the game could really go either way. Ancient Arise Dragon, destroying Slayer, and my Phantom Binds don't do a whole lot in this matchup. Not only are they not on a pure dragon deck, but they're able to constantly be shuffling away all of the dragons they are running, so Phantom Bind never really does much. They draw for turn, and they are thinking, so I don't think they have an immediate play apparent to them. Phoenix Dragon, going for the Clear Ice Dragon. This has been a huge consistent problem. My opponents are constantly shuffling away my Sports Dragon pitchers, and basically stopping me from getting any value from the extra summons. So Clear Ice coming out, going up to 26, but they might have 3 dragons in the graveyard afterwards. They ditch an Ancient Arise Dragon, which is really interesting. Do they have another one? Because I feel like going for Ancient Arise Dragon would have been the better play. They do now have another dragon in the graveyard, bringing the total to 3. If they swing into Slayer, we can actually use our trap card. Oh, but not anymore. Ancient Arise Dragon goes up to 3,000. Going to shuffle away 2 of those and destroy Slayer all at once. Then if Bunker Strike goes down, but they don't have any trap cards, and we are guaranteed to find ourselves a big Dragonic Slayer next turn. Alongside this Twin Edge Dragon, we might be able to finish the game. But not if we draw like that. Wow. We just needed one more low-level monster. I'm going to summon Triad Drago, activate my skill. My opponent has a level 7, so I can draw a card. I just have to stay composed and see what we get. We find Bunker Strike, which is ridiculous. I will use Twin Edge Dragon's effect to get rid of one of our cards. And now I just have to summon Dragius, set the Phantom Bind, and swing. So if we had just drawn one more low level, we would have had a 3,000 extra damage from Twin Edge. And now we lose the game to another Ancient Arise Dragon. They have played down 2 of them, but they recycled the Phoenix Dragon. And if they are able to bring out Ancient Arise Dragon, blow up Dargius, they have a ton of direct damage straight to my face. This game was in the bag, but now it could go either way. Seahorse Carrier, going to give them that 6th card. That will help them establish a stronger board. We drew 4 of our high levels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is every single one. Plus both Phoenix Dragons. These 2 cards in my hand are the only high level monsters left in the deck. So if they go down, we also lose the game. It's a really interesting position to be in. They found Ancient Arise Dragon. And of course, that is going to be 3,000 direct damage. If they have 2 more low-level monsters in their hand, that's it. They're setting. I need the life points. Let's see what we can do. Sports Dragon Pitcher. And we don't even have a Slugger in the graveyard. Bunker Strike, activate the effect. We find another Phantom Bind, but we lose Widespread Ruin, the trap card that actually helps against this deck. We're going to have 2 cards left. I can choose Twin Edge and Dragorite, but I didn't use the Sports Dragons. Can I win? 1,500 plus 400 is not enough. I'll return to the top of the deck. 1. 2. 3. I should have kept the Twin Edge Dragon for later. I activate my skill. I boost up my monsters. Sorry I'm not saying much. This one's just really getting to me. We had such an easy win. But it's okay. We will go in and get them on the next game. Lost streaks happen to everyone. We're not running too many high levels, so bringing on them 2 out of 3 games in a row is not an issue with the deck. It is just something that is going to happen. When we're playing hundreds of games over the course of a couple of days, you're guaranteed to have plenty of unwinnable matches, so it's not worth getting too caught up in. So they have gone through a lot of their monsters. We see two Ancient Arises and a Phoenix in the graveyard. I know a lot of decks aren't even running the 3rd copy of Ancient Arise Dragon, and we do have a Phantom Bind alongside a few different dragons in their graveyard. If they go for a Clear Ice Dragon, we might actually be able to stop the attack. Clear Ice Dragon is probably here to once again get rid of my Sports Dragons. So out of the 12 cards in my deck, oh, and they even shuffle away the Slayer, which is very interesting. Let's see what they do next. Thunder the Thunder, weakening presumably the Bunker Strike. It's down to 2,000, and that's going to help them make sure Phantom Bind is not enough to stop them. They go up to 2,800. but they aren't actually able to fully deal with this board. We see a tribute set, presumably just a clear ice dragon. I am not going to Phantombind this. And probably they're going to go for the Twin Edge. No, they just don't attack at all. We find the Slayer. Is that enough? Okay, it's worth noting, if we summon out Dragorite, I think we can do it. I think we're able to make this comeback. 1 plus 1. Then we Dragorite, and we flip up the Twin Edge Dragon. We use Twin Edge Dragon's effect, so it is able to attack twice this turn. Then when we boost, we need to boost Dragorite and Twin Edge. This now means we are able to clear both opposing boss monsters without using Twin Edge Dragon. Wait, no! Because that's a 1600. They tribute set. So if that's a clear ice dragon, which it is, I wasn't able to use the Triad Drago anyway. I could have played a lesser dragon to clear out the clear ice. So they'd have one less card on the field, but I think Ancient Arise Dragon would have ended the game anyway. And we could have dealt 500 more damage by boosting Dragonic Slayer, but they would have had 400 life points left anyway. With only 1300 life points remaining, Ancient Arise Dragon will unfortunately be ending the game. And that was our final high level monster. So there's really nothing else we can do, even if we were to survive. I'll just concede and go to the next one. They are taking a lot of time on this. Okay. We've had a pretty bad loss streak so far, but we are, also having internet issues. So this push is not going very well at all. Plus minus mentions, not used to having a lot of things with defense points in this game. Yeah, so Clear Ice Dragon and Bunker Strike are probably the only two that you really need to be paying attention for. Technically Ancient Arise Dragon has plenty of defense points as well, but nobody's actually tribute setting it. And then of course there is Bender Break. Alright, so we are up first. We've had a couple of Alright, they summon out a lone Dragius. We do have a Slayer, but we don't have an actual method of... Oh, wait, okay. No, this is fine. 1 and 2. Slayer plus Winged Dragon. We destroy the Dragius and the Trap card. Somehow Guardian, activate Resonance, 1 and 2. Then Resonating Roar will destroy their face down card. We're going to get in for around 2,000 damage. Oh, but it was a Ghost Cyclone. So this deck is probably not particularly optimal for a dragon deck. But they are going to get us anyway. I don't think Slayer and Ghost Cyclone need to both be in the deck. Setting a monster, but that doesn't mean anything. Here comes the Tribute Summon. You can tell because of how much delay there is between the set and the next summon. We do have our own Bunker Strike to try to counteract this board, but we are very much playing on the back foot. Ba-da-bum, bum, ba-da-bum. Sometimes on turn 1 with difficult hands I've had to set Dragonic Slayer, and most people are careful enough to attack into it with at least 1600. Yeah, that sounds like a good play on their part. We do have a Slugger, but no Pitcher in the grave. Another just kind of awkward, tough hand. We are going to Bunker Strike, but this is probably what we're just going to go with. Widespread Ruin, obviously pretty helpful. And the Dragorite to kind of contest the board is necessary. 1 and 2. Activate the effect. We find a bunch of trap cards. Still no pitchers, so I think we need to send these to the bottom. Let's get rid of 1 Phantom Bind, another Slugger, because we don't need it. And then we haven't seen any Slayers from my opponent yet, which makes me kind of want to play a little bit more conservatively. So maybe we just get rid of the trap cards. Having 3 monsters on the board is probably the better protection. The other option we could have gone for is to keep both trap cards, so even if they summon a Slayer, they aren't able to destroy both of them. Ultimately though, I am going to go for this play. We pass turn to my opponent. Their set card is probably something like a Triad Drago. Oh, it's a Sports Dragon. But that's what I meant. Just anything that's able to give them an extra card. But it doesn't look like they go for it. They didn't have any... Oh, they did have a Slugger. Their hand is just so good. They're saying they don't even need to use the extra effect of Pitcher. They go ahead and set another monster. And monster number 2. And here comes Dragonic Slayer. So this is why I sent the trap cards to the bottom of the deck. We would have lost the game if we just had a random 1 trap card set here. But now we are going to actually survive the next turn. We are still in a very uphill situation as we are facing down 2 level 7 monsters. But let's see what we can pull off. Phoenix Dragon and Sports Dragon Pitcher. This is a good start. Sports Dragon Pitcher. Let's go ahead and activate the effect. We are going to revive Sports Dragon Slugger. Then we bring out Dragonic Slayer. That's boss monster number 1. Then with Triad Drago and Phoenix Dragon on the field, we get to draw another card. Hopefully it's a good one. It's just a Pitcher. We are going to ditch Pitcher and get back our own Bunker Strike. Then we summon Bunker Strike, and we are going to make a push to find another monster we can attack with. We did use the Sports Dragons. Let's activate the effect and see what we get. We only get to keep one of these. So if we summon the Winged Dragon in attack mode and we boost it, it deals 1900 to them. Then we deal 300 for a total of 21, and we trade the final monster. Ultimately, that doesn't actually work for us. Okay, how many bosses do we have left? Both Phoenix Dragons are down. 1 Bunker Strike, 2 Bunker Strikes. 2 Dragonic Slayers. There's only 1 Slayer left in the deck. So we need to put cards on the bottom so we can dig for our boss. Let's go 1 and 2. Then we set our final monster, and we have to hope that this is enough to keep us alive for 1 more turn. Let's enter the battle phase. Swing over and swing over. They should be down a significant number of their bosses as well. 2 Dragius, 2 Bunker Strike, a Slayer, and a Phoenix Dragon. All they have left are Slayers. Alright, Resonance, that's only 500. We are currently alive. They do set a card, and they are going to destroy our Slayer. Presumably. Oh, but with 2 set cards? We lose. No, it's not over yet. Wait. Okay, hold on a second. Two Dragius and Phoenix Dragon are gone. If I were to put my monsters in defense mode, they have 9 cards in deck. I have 5, so that's probably not a winning strategy. Unfortunately, their Slayer is here, guaranteeing 1 card gets destroyed. And they have another one probably somewhere in the deck as well. What traps have we seen? We've seen 2 Phantom Binds. If we can hit the 3rd Phantom Bind, we can win. I tribute my monsters. 1, 2. Let's activate Dragonic Slayer and see what we hit. It's not Phantom Bind. 1, 2. We have no choice but to end here. The 3rd Phantom Bind is simply too powerful. We need them to not find the final Slayer. It's basically a 50-50. We pass. So if we had a widespread of Ruin left on the field, we would have had exact lethal. Because they would have been able to destroy 1. Then we deal 515. Unfortunately, it is just barely not good enough. Triad Drago, they are going to be able to draw 1 extra card, which gives them 1 more shot to find Slayer if they haven't already. Let's see. 1 and 4. I think we have a really good shot at winning this game. But Bunker Strike coming down, that's going to end it. They don't lose the final Slayer, so they put 2 back. Slayer destroys 1. They, oh, and that's actually enough. Even if they don't summon the other Slayer out to destroy my final card. This feels really bad. Losing so many games in a row when we were so close to the top 100. We've been in the 150-ish range for the past several hours. But now we are slipping all the way down. Hey, if you just look, it's so many. Ba-ba-ba-ba-da-bum. Alright, we are finally up against a player that is not on Yuga. Or sorry, that is not on Luke. Our opening hand is fine. Would have really liked to see another low-level monster here. I think we're kind of forced to just kind of play Dragius and hope that they do not have any out to it when backed up by my Phantom Bind. Oh, Torna is of course going to out Dragius on its own. They do lose Monster Reincarnation, which is nice, but they have a ton of back row. But we do have a Slayer. This could go either way. We are definitely in this. And we finally find some low levels. I think we have to Bunker Strike first, because we don't have enough. 1, 2, Bunker Strike. Phantom Bind isn't super good against this deck, since they always have the option to Recovery Force away their spellcasters. So we're going to get rid of this Phantom Bind, almost definitely. Bottom of the deck. If they have Widespread, it's basically game either way. So I'm going to keep the low level for later. Alright, and we are down 1 Slayer. We have a Phoenix in hand. So if we draw well enough, we can make a double boss board, including either 2 Slayers to destroy all of the back row, or we can grab Dragius for a more efficient clear. However, they are probably ending on Witch plus Magician this turn, which is not great. And we see a Dark Magician coming out. That's fine. It is what it is. Bum ba da bum. Alright, now we are back against Luke. We have a Dragius, so going second seems good unless they have specifically the Widespread Ruin. We are just going to play as aggressively as we can. If it's a Phantom Bind, we should be able to clear the board unless Dragorite runs into exactly a Triad Drago. We have our own trap for protection. This is a good opening hand. We can't ask for much more. Let's see. Okay, so they didn't play any boss monsters last turn. I'm expecting them to have one high level ready. Attack position does mean Triad Drago is probably coming down to give them the 6th card. If they summon 2 boss monsters, I'm not going to be able to blow anything up, but if they only summon Piercing, Fungus Blaster is going to lose to Widespread Ruin unless they are able to quickly find a Dragonic Slayer, which I see they did just mill, and they tributed a Phoenix Dragon for it. But Monster Reincarnation was the set card, so Slayer comes out, pops my back row, and clears my board with a double level 7 board for me to deal with now. I've lost one of my own Phoenix Dragons, so getting Dragius is very unlikely. We draw a ton of high levels, but this is a playable hand. With Triad Drago, we are going to draw an extra card of our own. I summon out Bunker Strike, and I'm going to get to filter 2 additional cards. Phoenix Dragon is basically still more or less what we are looking for. We find a ton of Sports Dragons and we mill the other Phoenix. We have pictures in grave already, so we want to put a Slugger back on top. We'll put a picture here as well. Then we are at least able to clear the board. 1 and 2. Activate Dragonic Resonance, and let's get rid of their boss monsters. Alright, they are down 3 of their 6, plus a Monster Reincarnation, plus a Phoenix Dragon. Pitcher activates the effect. They should be able to get 1 boss out, but I'd be surprised if they still manage to find 2 again. They would need to draw very, very well to get 2 different boss monsters onto the board. Here comes Bunker Strike though, which if anything is going to let them do it, is Bunker Strike. They return the cards to the top of the deck. This could mean they are going for a Triad Drago play, or just that they want whatever it is next turn. They have 2 boss monsters. The only thing we can do is try to find 2 of our own. We summon out the Bunker Strike. And we will Future Mining. How many do we have left? 1 Slayer is down. We have 2 Slayers left. We're going to send these cards to the bottom of the deck. 1, 2. It's a 2 in 9 chance. It's very low. But we find it. So we are still in the game somehow. We will set the Phantom Bind, forcing them to find a Slayer on their next turn. And we head into battle. Take out Dragius and Bunker. And what does that leave them with? They have to be running low. 3 Bunker Strike are down. A Slayer is down, Phoenix Dragon, and Dragius. So they have 2 Slayer and 1 Phoenix. There are only 3 left in the deck. They set a monster. And here comes Dragonic Slayer, the one that is capable of destroying my Phantom Bind. Though Phoenix Dragon probably would have gotten a Dragonic Slayer anyway. I'm only taking 500 damage, but I am losing my final Slayer. No, there is 1 Slayer left. 8 cards, we're drawing 5 of them. We do not find it. It's just so rough. That's only 3k damage. They're guaranteed to have a trap card, so let's just finish this. I think that makes 5, maybe 6 in a row. I guess we can check the updated ranking. Even after all of those losses, we are in the top 500 probably. Oh, I recognize number 82 is someone in a Discord server that I know. And if they can, and number 93 is Renegade, who is in my Discord server. So it's nice to see some of the people I know doing well. 29,000. You know, I think we were actually there at some point. Before all of these losses, I mean, we started the stream at 25, but earlier when I was playing, I was even higher. But it has been a long road down. It is really a test of willpower to see if you're able to go through all of these losses and come out the other side. I'm keeping the level 4 for potential Triad Drago plays. We're putting down Pitcher and keeping Slugger so we can get the extra card next turn. We probably would have liked to set something alongside it. Like having 1 back row would be nice. As now we're risking not finding high levels. They Bunker Strike. And have a pretty good board. However, they are going to force one of my monsters to stay alive. So, why? We will draw 3 more cards next turn, and maybe we'll be able to make a play. If they don't find a Slayer, Widespread Ruin could turn this game around. They are going to activate Dragonic Resonance, and we are destroying one of their monsters. Once again, we are keeping a monster of our own on the board. Holding Ruin is something I would do against a different deck, but the threat of Slayer destroying it before it gets any value is too high. We know they didn't have any level 7 monsters last turn, and they're only drawing 2 additional cards. They might be as bricked as we are. They're just on a slightly more aggressive push of it. Draconic Slayer comes out, but we don't have any back row for them to destroy. So all they're doing is spending more turns destroying my low-level monsters. I'm setting up plenty of sports dragons and such in the graveyard. Losing a Phoenix Dragon is kind of a bit of a loss, but it's not undoable. We set 3 one more time, and we pass turn. We are still at 6,000. Oh, Panda, you're at number 86? That's fantastic. You know, there is a chance that's good enough. Even if you're busy tomorrow, I'd say take a look, you know, with an hour or 2 left in the event, and if you can just sneak in a win or 2, it's probably enough for you to reclaim top 100, even if you fall out of it. Alright, my move. And we are finally moving. I summon Sports Dragon Slugger. I activate Sports Dragon Slugger's effect. Sports Dragon Pitcher onto the field. I tribute both monsters for Piercing Dragon Bunker Strike. Future Mining is going to let me see 3 additional cards. We sent a Triad Drago to the graveyard. We are going to send these cards to the bottom of the deck. We do not need Phantom Bind, Slugger, or Phoenix. Right? There should be no high-level monsters in the graveyard. We are going to risk it. Triad Drago. Dragorite. We have 2 non-level 3 monsters. We have 10 cards because we put 3 on the bottom. 5 of them are level 7 monsters. This is a 50-50 chance. But we whiff it. I will give them 1 more surrender and move on. Let's rush duel 1 more time. We are going to reach top 100 tonight. We're getting all of our losses out of the way, and we're going to win streak right up to the top. We are up first with a fantastic hand. We have a trap card, both sports dragons being set up for later. Though I am going to go with the Phoenix Dragon this time. Set down a trap card, pass turn, turn off the toggle, because Phantom Bind is not going to do anything currently. They bring out a Roman pick. They are probably running the Ancient Arise deck, using Dream Drummer and Roman pick as a small engine. They bring out a Dragius. However, with a Dark Sorcerer coming out, it is a bit of a surprise. Perhaps this is just an aggro deck. A really generic Beat Stick Bungus deck. We are taking 2,500 damage. But aggro is washed. We are able to win this. All we need to do is draw some good cards. Dragius is going to go down. And then we make our powerful punch back. We draw for turn. And we find no high-level monsters again. Alright, I'm going to make a change to my deck. Phantom Bind is winning us a lot of games. However, we are losing a lot of games due to not being able to find a tribute monster. We are going to take out 1 copy of Phantom Bind, and we're going to put in the final Bunker Strike. This should help our consistency. We now have 7 tribute monsters. We still have plenty of trap cards. And we are ready to duel. Or maybe I should try the Arise Dragon deck. I do think that Dragonic Resonance is the best deck because it has the ability to consistently pop back row. But Arise Dragons can put in work. And I've been losing 2 of them a lot. Immediately we open with a Bunker Strike where we'd rather have a trap card. Very funny. We are going to set 3 and pass. Looks like they didn't find any high-level monsters either, and they're leaving weak monsters on the board. If we can get this Bunker Strike onto the board, we can make a comeback. Unfortunately, we had no high defense monsters to block their Twin Edge Dragon's attack. It's my move now. We find 2 monsters. That is good enough for me. I set 2 and use Bunker Strike. 1, 2. Bunker Strike's effect activates Future Mining. I'm going to put cards back on top of the deck. We get to keep 2 of them. Or maybe I should put them on the bottom. Yeah, I need to not brick, so I'm putting these cards on the bottom. We're bringing out the Dragorites, and we are going to deal as much damage as we can. Let's go ahead and activate Dragonic Resonance, boosting up our monsters. 1, 2. Battle phase. Take out Winged Dragon. Take out Twin Edge. Then destroy the defense position monster. Their move. Phoenix Dragon is going to revive the high-level monster they do not have. Dragonic Resonance, they are trying to drop an additional card, which means their hand doesn't already have any suitable boss monsters. They tribute 4 Dragius, and that is meaning my board is probably not going to be looking very good. They set another card and mill a second copy of Dragius, and they've already lost Phoenix Dragon, so they don't have any way to get more Dragius after this. Unfortunately, I did have to send a Slayer to the graveyard. Or, sorry, a Slayer, I don't remember what I was saying. But this hand, we win. We draw an extra card with Triad Drago. We activate Phoenix Dragon. We discard Sports Dragon Pitcher, and we get Bunker Strike. Next up, we summon Dragonic Slayer. 1 and 2. Twin Edge Dragon. Tribute these both for Bunker Strike. Then we summon Dragorite, boost the 2 high-level monsters, so at least one of them is going to beat over Dragius. Activate the effect. Destroy this one. Summon Dragorite. Phantom Bind is a card we'd rather get hit by a Widespread Ruin than by a Phantom Bind. We do not need to Future Mining, so we attack. If we're going to lose one, we'd rather lose Bunker Strike. Barrier is going to protect Dragius. Yeah, the thing is, we couldn't not put those cards on the bottom, because imagine if for the next turn, our starting hand consisted of Phantom Bind and 2 level 7s. The ability to play out of that is basically 0 unless we draw incredibly well. So it sucks to have put them on the bottom, but we didn't have another choice. We are probably still in a disadvantageous position because we have 2 boss monsters at the bottom of our deck, and we only have 9 total. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4 down, plus 2 more is 6. So we have 3 available to us in 12 cards. We find 2 of them, which is fantastic. Sports Dragon Slugger. Sports Dragon Slugger activates its effect. Sports Dragon Pitcher. Tribute Summon. Bunker Strike. 1, 2. Filter out these cards. Future Mining. Put cards back on top of the deck. We want to bring out the other the other Bunker Strike because they have no trap cards. Oh, but we have to get rid of one of these, and we don't want to lose the Slayer, so never mind. 1 and 2. 1. Triad Drago allows us to draw a card. We summon Dragonic Slayer. 1 and 2. Summon Winged Dragon. Activate Dragonic Resonance. We boost the low-level monster and one of our tributes. Battle phase. Take out Dragonic Slayer, destroy the face down with the Winged Dragon, Guardian of the Fortress, #1, and finally claim a victory. After an hour, it's already been over an hour, and I think this is either the first or second game we've won. We have finally managed to get a win. I think I really do need to keep playing. I personally believe Resonance is better than Arise Dragons, so I feel like I should be playing it. But if I think about the metagame, a lot of people are on Phantom Bind. And if they're running Phantom Bind, Arise Dragons might be a better meta call because they don't have that vulnerability. Additionally, against the Dragonic Resonance deck, I am able to shuffle away the Sports Dragons with Clear Ice Dragon. So it might be worth switching over and trying it out. We are going to summon Dragius. It's backed by a Phantom Bind. It may not be enough, but we have 2 level 7s, and I can't end with only 2 monsters. They start with Ghost Cyclone to destroy my card, and they get the draw. This is probably the same player that I mentioned earlier. Running Resonance. Oh, it's an Arise deck. Okay. Speedy Performer is just milling. Why? Because they have the out. Okay. Would it have been better to just set the 2 monsters? I don't believe so. Alright, you know what? If we lose this, I am going to try out playing that deck instead. Alright, we draw for turn. We get plenty of low levels, but we don't have any Sports Dragons to actually trigger this with. 1 and 2. Summon out Bunker Strike. 1 and 2. Future Mining, and what do we find? More low levels. We can put them back on top or bottom. I'm going to put them on the bottom. We're going to have 2 cards remaining, so we go 1 and 2, and we summon out the 2 good monsters. This deck I've been seeing running a lot of barriers and such. And Phantom Bind, we only have 4, so we can play around Phantom Bind relatively easily. Activate Dragonic Resonance and boost the 2 low levels. Both of them are now strong enough to defeat La Moon, even through a Phantom Bind. Bunker Strike attacks. They have a trap card, but they don't use it, meaning it's probably Barrier or Phantom Bind. We swing in for 1900. Bunker Strike cannot be destroyed by Ancient Arise Dragon. It's a fact. So we aren't in a ton of danger for a lethal. They do have all of their level 7s available to them. They set 2, set 3, and then Tribute Summon. Oh, it's a Clear Ice. Okay. That's 26. That is able to clear Bunker Strike. And now we do have to start, and the Dragius. I was not ready for Dragius. If it was just Clear Ice, we would have been okay. Okay, so that's an interesting engine. Alright, I'm gonna switch deck after this game. We're gonna finally go off of Dragonic Resonance and try something else. But first, 1, 2, Bunker Strike. 1, 2. Bunker Strike's effect. We get to keep 2 cards here. We're going to keep both trap cards. We're putting these on the bottom of the deck to try to find more boss monsters next turn. 1, 2. Set. Activate the skill. Dragonic Resonance. Boost Bunker Strike. We have 10 dragons in the graveyard. A Phantom Bind would reduce us to 1800. We are safe to take out Clear Ice Dragon. We deal a ton of damage, and they cannot use their spell trap removal, which is Ghost Cyclone. They cannot use Ancient Arise Dragon to destroy this Bunker Strike. They have to battle. And when they do, I can destroy the 3000 attack Ancient Arise Dragon with my trap card. Then, if they attack with Dragius, I can destroy it again using Phantom Bind. This is our chance to win. Battle. Let's see it. We start with Widespread Ruin. This removes the 2800 from the board. They end the turn. I draw. And we find Slayer. We also have access to Phoenix Dragon if we want it. Do we want to use Phoenix Dragon? We can get back Dragius or a Bunker Strike. We already have a Bunker Strike on the board. However, no. Okay. 1. But wait, okay. If I were to summon the Slayer, and then I would have 1 spot left? No. Okay. That does not work. 1. Oh, but I could just go for, okay, Dragonic Slayer, destroy this one. It's Widespread Ruin. I'm pretty sure they have a Phantom Bind face down. So I can't really afford to go all in. But I can protect myself. Let's go ahead and activate Dragonic Resonance. 1 and 2. We're keeping Phoenix Dragon to recur this Slayer on a future turn. Swing into this face down. Welcome to the stream, Heather. We are probably going to start playing Ancient Arise right after this game. So, sit tight and we will go over the deck building process. I have a pretty good idea of what I want to be doing. Though I think I am going to run into the same issue as you, where I'm not entirely sure where I'm going to find the space for the back row. We see a Phoenix Dragon. That's unfortunate. Seahorse Carrot, they are going on for a big play this turn. Alright, Ancient Arise Dragon comes out. That is going to destroy my Dragonic Slayer and undo some of their weakness to Phantom Bind. They have 3 dragons left in the graveyard. But that's good enough for me. No, it's not. I lose. That's game. Okay. Let's try switching it up. I'll send them a nice. And we're back under 20,000. I've been hovering at 25,000 for so long, it feels really rough. Let's retry. Oh, looks like it is time for the next, use a spell card. That's not bad. I can do that. Alright, so let's go over to the Ancient Forces deck, and we're going to clear it out. We're just going to start from the ground up and figure out what we know about the meta. So, we need to run 1 Dragius and 2 Phoenix Dragon. We are going to need at least 2 Ancient Arise Dragons, 2 of the Clear Ice, and 2 Burning Blaze. 1, 2. And where is 1600? 1, 2. We need Speedy Performer because it's the best buff guy we can find. So let's go Speedy Performer. That's around 400. And we need Dream Drummer to work with Clear Ice Dragon to shuffle away opposing monsters. This deck does want both Monster Reincarnation and Widespread Ruin. For the other trap card slot, Phantom Bind is probably the best option. So we'll throw a couple of them in for now. Moving on, we know this deck always utilizes the Aqua engine. So that's going to be a 3 Seahorse Carrier, if I can find them. Three La Moon. And at least one Kana. Okay. Now how is this deck looking? Akuma. What is the water engine? Oh, Aqua probably? Because they're light monsters, rather than water monsters, so I was a little bit confused, but I think I figured it out. Alright, we need spell and trap removal. This deck is going to use Ghost Cyclone. Then we have 3 more slots remaining. And we want the 3rd Clear Ice Dragon. And that puts us at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tribute monsters, which seems like the right amount. Should I be running the 3rd Ancient Arise? This is where I'm kind of sitting at. Let me know what you all think. There's an argument for a 3rd Ancient Arise, the 3rd Burning Blaze, and oh, we need Ancient Forces. I wouldn't run the Music Princess's Recital because of how bad it is into the Dragonic Resonance match. If they boost their monster to level 9 or higher, you can't activate it. And then Barrier is a theoretical option, but you'd probably be running it over Phantom Bind. I think we're going to try this out and see how it goes. But I have so much more experience with Resonance, maybe I should just stick to what I know. Alright, this is fine. They're starting with a heavy metal in attack mode. They don't have any back row either. Very odd. I'm gonna get rid of Currybot, absolutely. So I need to go Phoenix Dragon, summon Clear Ice Dragon, activate Clear Ice Dragon's effect, return the Currybot into the opponent's deck, Speedy Performer, Speedy Performer's effect, boost away on Clear Ice Dragon, then we summon Burning Blaze Dragon. We activate the skill, Ancient Forces, and we're going to send another Burning Blaze Dragon to the graveyard. We also have a Phantom Bind set up for later. And they're going to have a couple of their very own Fiend-type monsters for Phantom Bind to put in work for. So they should have 2 level 7 monsters on the in their hand, or at least level 5 or higher ones. You know what? Maybe you guys are right about the Recital, because if I get hit by a heavy metal, Recital would be amazing here, and the Phantom Bind is going to do absolutely nothing. Oh, but it's just a growl. Oh, okay. Yeah, so you see, like you guys were saying, Recital here would be crazy, blocking this entire turn. But as long as we're able to out this heavy metal, we are in a great spot. We find Ghost Cyclone, that's not going to actually do anything. But let's start with Seahorse Carrier. We win. This game is over. Seahorse Carrier's effect returns La Moon. We summon La Moon and La Moon. Ancient Arise Dragon is able to destroy heavy metal for free. We already have both monsters we need in the graveyard for its effect. So let's go ahead and use it.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention?
I would love to return the cards. Thank you. 1 and 2. And then I would like to destroy a card. That's over 3,700, so we can swing. And we did it. Our first game with Ancient Arise Dragon is a win. Yeah, and Panda has the counterpoint. It's whether siding for Resonance or Heavy Metal is better, and theoretically, I guess, it's not wrong to say Resonance has been the much more common matchup. Let's go ahead and rush Duel. It's another Roa. We switch off Resonance and we are immediately finding all of the non-Luke players. Very funny. Our first turn is not perfect, but I don't hate it either. Let's go ahead and set a couple of cards, set another card. Tribute set one over here. Set the reincarnation for later. And pass. We could have theoretically used the reincarnation to ditch Dragias and get a third set monster. But this should be fine. It is worth noting we are going second against a Roa, so their skill is suddenly significantly stronger. However, they are starting with 2 back row. So they might not have a ton of things going on. They could Royal Battle Shout me and make me lose Dragias, which would be very funny. But as it stands, I don't think they're able to out this board. Growl comes down, and they can only destroy one of my 2 monsters. They take out Clear Ice, of course, but my Kana is going to survive. Draw for turn. That is so bad. Wow. Okay. What do we do? I mean, we have to summon Dragias. There's no getting around that part. And we have to use the effect. Set 1, set 2. And do we reincarnation for a second monster? It's really hard to justify activating the reincarnation here. But if we get hit by a widespread ruin, things look really bad. But passing isn't really an option either because they already have a level 6 monster on field for their heavy metal. Yeah, we only have 1 dragon in the graveyard. But now we kind of lose to a recital. Okay. Our Dragias actually somehow got through. We have multiple trap cards ready to protect us, including a widespread ruin, but they do have a ghost cyclone, potentially. Because we left them with no monsters, is what I meant. They set 2, which is a start. Okay. They set another monster. And if they just pass on set 3, things might be okay. Here comes heavy metal, but it's not able to use the effect. Another great turn comes to an end. Okay. We have Dream Drummer. Do we have any psychics in the graveyard? We have another Dream Drummer. Let's go ahead and activate the effect. We shuffle Dream Drummer into the deck. And now we get to get rid of their Curry Bot. Next. We need to monster reincarnation and grab ourselves the Clear Ice Dragon. We are going to ditch, okay, so if we get rid of Phantom Bind, we get Clear Ice, summon Dream Drummer, tribute them both. No, we need to tribute the Clear Ice Dragon off afterwards anyway. So we're going Clear Ice Dragon over that, Dream Drummer, Tribute, and La Moon. Yeah, that seems good. Okay. So we get rid of Phantom Bind, and we bring back the Clear Ice Dragon. Now we summon Clear Ice Dragon. Or we don't. So basically we can either activate Ancient Arise Dragon's effect and get the free pop, or we can have 3 good monsters. And having a full board of good stuff might be the better play. because we're going to have two monsters that are able to destroy heavy metal anyway. But no, I don't think I can, I can't justify it. Having a third monster on board is not the same as getting to destroy the card for free with no need to worry about the trap cards. Let's send Burning Blaze Dragon to the graveyard. Do we have anything we want to Dream Drummer? Yes, there's a level 1 that we need to get rid of to stop them from using King's Majesty. So we activate Dream Drummer one more time, shuffling Dream Drummer into the deck to return the opponent's card. Next up, we can Ancient Arise Dragon. And we will shuffle both of our monsters back into the deck to gain some attack points and destroy heavy metal. Let's go ahead and pop a card. Then we summon La Moon, activate Jargaze's effect, and head into the battle phase. Swing in. Babysitter go. That's fine. If they have King's Majesty, they can still not stop my entire turn. Barrier, that's 400. They bring back heavy metal into the deck, which is interesting because that means it actually can't be used with Rocker anymore. And then I'm kind of expecting a Majesty here. Yep. Oh, I see over in chat, Panda mentioned the exact same thing. Might be worth to shuffle away the goat in case of King's Majesty. We did do it, but then we destroyed a second goat when we attacked. So they were able to do it anyway. We do have an incredible board here. And keeping the La Moon is actually kind of a little bit of protection against the opposing heavy metal, as it means our level 7 monsters are surviving, unless they somehow bring out 2 heavy metals. They set a monster, and I'm kind of expecting Royal Rebel Rocker to show up to recycle that heavy metal that they just milled. So Akuma, you had a good point. I could have summoned the Clear Ice Dragon. However, I wouldn't have had the Clear Ice Dragon. I wouldn't have been able to pop because I only had the one Clear Ice Dragon and one Burning Blaze Dragon available to me. What I could have done is tried to mill with Dragias first, and then if I hit another Clear Ice Dragon, I would have been fine. But I wouldn't have been able to shuffle back the 2 monsters if this La Moon was instead the Clear Ice Dragon that I was using earlier. They only have the 1 monster, and we have a Widespread Ruin, so this is game. Ancient Arise Dragon takes a win. Of course, I'm going to send my opponent a nice, and we keep on trucking. We have a long way to go to reclaim all of the points we lost. We were up all the way at 29,000 at our peak. We were so close to the top 100 spot. The skill can replace the dragon I use. Yes, but I didn't have 2 dragons. Like, I had 1 Clear Ice Dragon, the skill milled Burning Blaze, and then I didn't have any other Clear Ices. I needed to tribute the Clear Ice in order to have one in the graveyard. Alright, they go with a tribute set. Presumably a Bunker Strike. But we are able to beat over that. This is not ideal, because we aren't able to beat either of the other monsters. But it's okay. Is there anything we need to get rid of? There is a Sports Dragon pitcher, yes. Interesting. Oh, but we're not clearing the board, so it doesn't matter right now. Oh, wait, this is really interesting. If we set a monster we can summon Burning Blaze Dragon. Then, with the skill, we mill a card. And then I actually have a Phoenix Dragon available to me. And we can use Phoenix Dragon immediately to get the Clear Ice Dragon that we just milled with our skill. And this is really good because it means after we summon Clear Ice Dragon, we can activate the effect to put Phoenix Dragon back in the deck and get rid of their Sports Dragon. Then the Dream Drummer, we could go ahead and get rid of the final card in their graveyard, but I don't gain the life points or anything, so we're just gonna head into the battle phase, destroy the Bunker Strike, and then destroy one of their face downs. And it's a Phoenix Dragon. That's a fantastic pop because they now can't recur the Bunker Strike. Our board is kind of weak, but that was a really interesting sequence, and I think I played that about as well as I could have. If they just get one suboptimal turn, we can turn the game around. Oh, they had the other Phoenix Dragon set? That's wild. And really unfortunate. Because now they get, even if their hand was bad, after they draw 3 additional cards, it's probably not going to be bad anymore. We've also lost our Dream Drummers, mostly. Making it difficult to get rid of their Sports Dragon pitchers on a future turn. Dragorite coming down, and a set monster. Maybe that means they're not summoning another level 7, but they are. It's Dragonic Slayer. Okay, but that means I'm actually going to get to keep a monster on board because they don't have a Dragius, and I didn't have any trap cards, so the Slayer's not getting value. Let's see what we draw. Ghost Cyclone, that's not going to do anything. We could flip a Dream Drummer here. And that'll get rid of the Sports Dragon pitcher, which is progress. So, flip over Dream Drummer, activate the effect. We will return our own Dream Drummer to the deck, and then we return Sports Dragon pitcher. We summon Burning Blaze Dragon, and activate our skill, Ancient Forces. Burning Blaze Dragon goes up to 2800, and we mill a Clear Ice Dragon to the graveyard. Let's go ahead and set some cards. And while this isn't perfect, they are down a Slayer and 2 copies of Phoenix. So as long as our spells and traps are able to stay around, we might be able to stop one of them. Sports Dragon Slugger comes out alongside Pitcher, but what are they going to tribute summon? It's Dragius. Quite interesting. They do have 9 dragons in the graveyard. They set 2 back row, use Dragius, now they have 10. So whatever goes into Burning Blaze Dragon, we will destroy, and that means we are going to keep one of our cards around. Yet unfortunately, they don't have just one more, so they are going to get to clear the board. But that actually means our Ghost Cyclone is live. We aren't going to get to utilize the bonus draw effect, but this is still a lot. Ghost Cyclone, we're going to destroy the one over here. It's a Phantom Bind. We have a Phoenix Dragon, but do we benefit from it? We do. Dream Drummer comes out first. And we can once again get rid of Sports Dragons using its effect. We don't have any normal monsters, we're not going to summon any. Let's go ahead and activate the effect and shuffle away a Dream Drummer. I would like to return Sports Dragon Slugger. Next, I will summon Clear Ice Dragon. And I will summon Phoenix Dragon. Phoenix Dragon can activate its effect to get me a Burning Blaze Dragon. Though I do have to get rid of Dragius for this, which kind of sucks. But I would like a 1 tribute monster, so give me the Burning Blaze. Next up is a tribute summon. And now we can activate Clear Ice Dragon's effect, returning Phoenix Dragon into the deck again, and getting rid of both of their Sports Dragons. We have 4 dragons in the graveyard, which kind of sucks because we're now going to run into a Phantom Bind. If we had just 1 last dragon, we might have been able to get there. But I think we have to pass turn. They set more back row, but as long as they're not able to find additional boss monsters, we're okay. We've been constantly shuffling in low-level monsters to kind of throw off their ratios. So we'll see how it goes. Basically, if we're doing it right, eventually their hand is just going to be full of sports dragons that they're not really able to use. That's kind of what we're hoping for, though it's looking like they are about to tribute summon something big. Which is unfortunate, especially if it's a Dragonic Slayer. But that's it. That's all they have. We can activate the Widespread Ruin, and they were trying to play around Phantom Bind by not tributing. Alright, here's our chance to make a big comeback. Ghost Cyclone unfortunately isn't going to be able to be activated here. And is there anything we want to get rid of from their graveyard? All of those seem fine to me. We don't really want to give them any of those monsters. So what do we do? I think we just set a couple of cards, plus the Grace Princess. We'll activate the skill, buff up Clear Ice Dragon. Can't use the effect, we don't have any dragons in the graveyard, so it's battle phase time. We swing in, and we just blow up a couple of monsters. Unfortunately, we didn't get any of our own Phoenix Dragons or Ancient Arise Dragons to kind of push for a bigger swing here. They set monsters, and we'll see what happens. Set 3, and they pass. Very interesting. Okay, we get a monster reincarnation. That is fantastic. We're able to find our Dragius now. Let's go ahead. Monster reincarnation. Ditch a Dream Drummer. And we will take Dragius. Tribute 2. 1 and 2. For Dragius, activate the effect so we can actually push through all of their monsters. Summon Lamoon, and let's go for the skill as well. Boosting up Burning Blaze Dragon, and we head into the battle phase. 1. It's Widespread Ruin, destroying the Burning Blaze Dragon. We destroy 2 Sports Dragon pitchers. I guess we might as well swing. And I'm glad we did. We did not want to give them that Slugger alongside everything else. They did manage to set up their graveyard though, so it is probably time for them to make a big push. We've only seen 3 of their own. And I was right, they do pop the Ghost Cyclone instead of my back row. But if they have a Slayer in hand, which they probably do, they are going to be able to get rid of both. Inside the Nebulas is Dragonic Slayer. We still have both Ancient Arise Dragons in the deck. Heather says got to 23k, ended at 16. That's exactly what happened to me. Just with 25 to 18. What do I think is the rough threshold? I don't know, I feel like 20k has to be good enough. I think the Rush one's gonna be a little bit less competitive. Like fewer people going for it because there aren't really that many rewards. Whereas in the KC Cup, I think there are invites to the World Championships on the line. Alright, so they are going to... I'm pretty sure this just barely misses lethal. And they can't even attack with that one. But we have just not been able to find... Okay, so what are they missing? They've played all of their Dragiuses. Very interesting. Could I deck them out? They should only have like a Slayer left. But anyway, I do have Phoenix Dragon, so I feel like I should go for it. Phoenix Dragon, activate the effect. Let's go ahead and just toss one of these and get the Dragius back again. Seahorse Carrier, activate the effect of Seahorse Carrier. We'll add a Grace Princess Kana. Tribute these two for Dragius. 1 and 2. Wait, am I the one that's gonna deck out? Activate the effect. Set 2. Battle phase, destroy Slayer. Destroy this. Oh wait, no, I'm gonna draw 2 Ancient Arise Dragons next turn and shuffle a bunch of cards back into my deck. Okay. They should not have any Phoenix Dragons left, so there's no Dragius. I should be safe. I think I can win. Because if they play more than 1 card this turn, they have to kill me or they deck out. I think we are going to win this one. I believe in me. And I hope you all do too. Switching the decks, and we are so back. Oh, but they have Twin Edge Dragons. I did not count on those. They've only played 1 Twin Edge Dragon so far. Am I dead? Am I going to lose? Should I have kept their board at 3? Okay. Dragonic Slayer beats that. Twin Edge Dragon attacks. And they have 1 other monster. This is so close. I may have misplayed by giving them the opportunity to play down copies of Twin Edge Dragon. This is a disaster. Wait, okay. If I didn't destroy them, they could have summoned a Slayer and then played a Twin Edge anyway. And then gone pop, 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 and swing. Okay. They are thinking. What have they found? No. No way. Is this lethal? I think I survive. If I did the math right, I should have like 200 life points left. It's so tense. But Slayer is 300. That puts me at 16. After the Twin Edge destroys, 1400 leaves me with 200 life points. And we just barely make it. What a close game. And that was without us finding any Ancient Arise Dragons. Both of them were in the bottom 4 copies, or the bottom 4 cards in our deck. If we were actually drawing better, I feel like we would have completely wiped the floor. Alright, we are up second. Our hand isn't super aggressive. And unlike in Resonance, where losing the Phoenix Dragons early is super lame, we can always just shuffle them back. So I don't mind this all too much. My opponent sets some monsters. Okay. They're setting 2. Are they going for a turn 1 Tribute Summon? That's impressive. Tribute set. It's a Bunker Strike. They set another monster. And 5. Okay, this is just like last game. And we draw a Clear Ice Dragon. Is there anything we want to shuffle away? There is a Sports Dragon. So we summon Phoenix Dragon. And then Clear Ice Dragon goes alongside it. Clear Ice Dragon activates its effect. I put my Phoenix Dragon on the bottom. Oh, it puts it on the bottom. And then I return their Sports Dragon. Next up, I summon out the other Phoenix Dragon. And this time I'll grab Burning Blaze Dragon. Now I can activate my my skill. I boost up the Clear Ice Dragon to 26. And I get to send another Burning Blaze Dragon to the graveyard. To make it more likely, I draw... Oh, and this is also going to shuffle the deck for me. Which is great. I'm actually going to send Clear Ice. I'll set a monster. And battle. Let's go ahead and destroy the Bunker Strike. And then one other monster. I'll go for this one. It's a Twin Edge. As long as that set card's not Triad Drago or Phoenix Dragon, it shouldn't matter too much what I destroyed. It's a Phoenix Dragon just like last time. And that means they are going to get the Bunker Strike back and get to filter through 3 cards. That's rough. Games come down to a ton of 50-50 decisions. But I don't think I had any way to know which one was which. Do I have Currybot? Not currently. Currybot was in the initial list that I showcased on the channel, but currently I've replaced them with Dream Drummers to help us cycle through, or to help us shuffle away cards like Sports Dragon Slugger as a tech for the Resonance match. They are down a Slayer and a Phoenix Dragon, which is always nice to see. Our trap cards are more likely to be functional later in the game. But here comes Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius, and we are losing our entire board. We're also down a Phoenix Dragon and 3 of our own high-level monsters. So unless we manage to find Ancient Arise Dragon on the next turn, this could be difficult. Let's see how it goes. Interesting, they lose a Phantom Bind. Not gonna get Phantom taxed for another turn or 2. Okay, We're at 41, and it's our move. Draw for turn. We find Ancient Arise Dragon, which is great, and we even have Seahorse Carrier. Unfortunately, we don't have any Psychics this time. So let's start with Seahorse Carrier. I'm going to use the effect, because an extra card is always good, especially when we need a ton of tribute fodder. We don't have any Psychics, so we can't use the Dream Drummer. And that means instead we are going to summon Ancient Arise Dragon. Then we set 1, and we summon Clear Ice Dragon. Let's make sure we do this in the right order. We want to put back their Sports Dragons, so we're going to activate Clear Ice Dragon's effect first. We put our Phoenix Dragon on the bottom of our deck, and then we get to return 2 of their monsters, 1 and 2. After that, let's confirm we have both Clear Ice Dragon and Burning Blaze Dragon in the discard pile. And that means we can use Ancient Arise Dragon. I would like to return cards, thank you. 1, 2, and Dragius is destroyed for free. But we're not done there. We even have our skill to help us set up this effect again on a future turn. Ancient Forces boosts Clear Ice Dragon up to 2600 and is going to send Burning Blaze Dragon back to the graveyard. Battle phase. We swing in and then deal 3000 points of direct damage. Now we pass turn and we sequence these events so that rather than being on the bottom of the deck, the Phoenix Dragon was successfully shuffled in. So we have a chance to actually draw them again. They set 2, probably gonna Tribute Summon, and it's Bunker Strike. Okay, so they are returning cards to the top of the deck. But because we're shuffling cards away so often, we are gonna mess up that effect. Okay, they are able to clear the boss monsters, but that last card, interestingly, is getting set face down. If it was a Triad Drago, they could have used it to draw a card, unless none of these top 3 cards are level 7 monsters. We take a little bit of damage, but now it's our move. And we draw pretty well. We can't use the Ghost Cyclone, but let's go ahead and set it right away. Seahorse Carrier seems like a plan. Seahorse Carrier's effect, we'll grab a Kana. I'm not sure which one we want to use yet, but it's a step in the right direction. Let's see here. I do want to shuffle away more Sports Dragons, it looks like. There are 2 Sluggers. But I want to make sure I'm not missing lethal by doing so. So that's going to be 700. Oh, but if I... Let's do this, and let's grab... Oh, I could also go for 2 Ancient Arise Dragons, which is an interesting choice. But is it the right one? If I do summon, then I have to summon another one, and that's kind of intensive on my resources. I'm just gonna go with the Clear Ice Dragon. Summon out Ancient Arise. 1 and 2. And then the Clear Ice Dragon as well. Let's put that Phoenix Dragon back in the deck using the effect of Clear Ice Dragon. Then we return the opponent's 2 Sports Dragon Sluggers. Then we check the graveyard. We do have a Burning Blaze and a Clear Ice, so we can go ahead and activate Ancient Arise Dragon's effect. We will return cards. 1 and 2. And we get to destroy Winged Dragon. Now we activate the skill again. This will boost this up and set up Ancient Arise Dragon for the future. We send Burning Blaze Dragon, and now we have to think about it. If that monster has 1200 or less defense, we can win the game this turn. I think we have to go for it. So we go here, and then they're going to have more than 1200 life. And it has 0 defense, we win. It was a gamble here. They definitely could have had a Triad Drago or something else set. But we get through. Let's go ahead for another duel. Picking Lamoon was the right choice. Alright, and we are up against another Luke. We are going second. I imagine that's gotta be worse. But opening hand, yeah, we are missing a 1 tribute. So Ancient Arise, might end up getting wasted. Oh, it's a mirror match. That's probably a 1600 defense, Clear Ice Dragon. Oh, either of them could be, though. That's tough. How do we know for sure? Lamoon, the Party Princess, only goes up to exactly 1600. Well, I guess we give it our best shot. Let's summon out Lamoon. Summon Speedy Performer. We'll send a card to the graveyard to activate the effect. We'll boost up Lamoon. Set a card. Summon the Ancient Arise Dragon. 1 and 2. Set the Phantom Tax. And then I can send a card to the graveyard to kind of try to set me up for the future. Seems like a plan. Seahorse Carrier, I would have loved to actually draw that one. I think they would start with the... Oh no. They got me. Clear Ice Dragon survives, and that's actually a huge hindrance. Ba-ba-ba-da-bum. We'll have to see if somehow Ancient Arise Dragon can survive this turn. They do have a normal in the graveyard to utilize Seahorse Carrier. So depending on how well they drew, it could go really poorly really quickly. They're returning Dragorite into the deck. What do they want to shuffle away on my end though? All of my cards are pretty good, aren't they? They give me back a Dream Drummer. Maybe they just wanted the Dragorite. It's hard to know for sure. I don't feel like, I guess maybe they're trying to turn off the Dream Drummer loop, but I still have a Psychic type and Speedy Performer, so it's hard to say for sure. Burning Blaze Dragon comes on down, and they set another card. Sure. Oh, they were getting rid of a dragon in their graveyard. Now there's only one. And yeah, we don't have a strong enough trap card to deal with all of this. So unfortunately, we lose an Ancient Arise Dragon for essentially nothing. And that's a huge bummer. Let's see what we can do. Ghost Cyclone is fantastic, but we have exactly 4 monsters in the graveyard, so we don't get the bonus draw. Well, despite how unfortunate that is, we do have to activate the effect anyway. Love that back row. It was a Widespread Ruin. Now, what do we do next? We can Phoenix Dragon, but we only have 1 low-level monster. Not getting the draw off of Our Ghost Cyclone is really painful. We can clear Ice Dragon if we want to. And yeah, getting rid of Curry, all of those cards are great to shuffle away, actually. Okay, so we should clear Ice Dragon for sure. And then we don't need Ancient Arise Dragon because we already have Dragius. Okay, took a little bit of thinking, but this seems like the right move. We're going to clear Ice Dragon, activate the effect. We put our Phoenix Dragon back in the deck. Let's get rid of their Advantage Engine. And then we can activate our skill, Ancient Forces. Go here, send a card to the graveyard. We want Burning Blaze set up for the future. And then, I kind of want to keep all of my monsters in the graveyard, I think. So I should destroy the clear ice. That seems like the right move. I also get to deal a little bit of extra damage as a bonus. However, my board is quite suboptimal. We'll just have to kind of wait and see. Hopefully we can draw some low-level monsters next turn to even this out. On the plus side, they can't Ancient Arise Dragon away my own Clear Ice Dragon. And, they aren't able to get any huge pushes this turn either, as I do actually have some protection. Let's go ahead and Widespread Ruin, and that's going to leave them with a ton of dragons in the graveyard. And they pass turn to play around my trap. However, it might be a little bit too late. I have a Night Aqua in the graveyard, so Seahorse Carrier gives me a bonus card. Next up is, I could Dream Drummer. That seems pretty good to me. So let's go ahead and pop Dream Drummer. We return Speedy Performer into our deck, and then we get to get rid of their Light Aqua as well. We're not done yet, because next up is the Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. We tribute 2 monsters. And we can take it one step further. Monster Reincarnation. We send a monster to the graveyard and get back Ancient Arise Dragon. Then we summon Outlaw Moon, Clear Ice Dragon, and Burning Blaze Dragon are both in our graveyard. So Ancient Arise Dragon can activate the effect and destroy Burning Blaze Dragon. I would like to return the cards to the deck, 1 and 2. Destroy Burning Blaze Dragon, and they concede. Next up, Dragius is going to activate the effect, destroy the defense position monster, and then I was going to swing in for 5,500 points of direct damage. Oh, and we should claim the 50 daily gems while we are here on the homepage screen. Let's go ahead and receive all of those, and then queue back in for even more games. This stream started off really rough. I almost gave up, but we are back roughly where we started. Changing decks was the mental reset we needed to get back into the game. Of course, we are going to lose now that I said it. But don't worry about that. We're going to do our best. We are up first, and we always love the chance to get 5 extra cards, especially when our opening hand looks like this. I'm definitely going to go ahead and set my field And then the question is, do I want to set up the skill early? And the answer to that is almost always going to be yes. That's Ancient Forces, pop here, send down a Clear Ice Dragon, and we are good to go. If we ever draw Ancient Ice Dragon, we are ready. Let's see what our opponent has in store for us. This could be either Dragon deck. The reason we see so many Lukes is not just because of Dragonic Resonance being the de facto best deck in the format, but the second best deck is also Luke. Alright, looks like we are against a Bunker Strike, which is great news. Unless they get a really lucky pull, they shouldn't be able to Slayer us. Basically, they need to have Triad Drago, a level 4, and then put a Slayer on top of the deck if they want to summon another boss monster this turn. Let's see what they do. They are thinking, so I don't think they have the ultimate play here. They do go for the top of the deck. 1, 2, 3. Twin Edge Dragon is not a Triad Drago. We are safe. They discard a Slayer. That is incredible. I think we just win. This game is over. They lost their best card in their deck. They just ended their turn with a Soul Twin Edge Dragon on the field. We have already one boss monster ready to go. Let's see what we draw. We draw pretty well. To be completely honest, we can grab a Clear Ice Dragon. We're going to use Phoenix Dragon to do so. Let's go ahead and activate the effect. Toss Grace Princess Kana. Add Clear Ice Dragon to hand. Tribute summon Clear Ice Dragon. This isn't lethal, but we are making some good progress. Clear Ice Dragon can use its effect, putting my Phoenix Dragon back into the deck. Then I return the opponent's Sports Dragon into their deck, shutting off the plays in the future. Next up, we activate our skill, Ancient Forces. Let's boost Clear Ice Dragon, and then send another monster to the graveyard. I'm going to send a second Clear Ice Dragon. I summon Lamoon, the Party Princess, throw down a face down, and enter battle. Destroy Twin Edge Dragon, and swing in for, I want to say this is over 4,000 damage. Alright, let's see if we can pull this off on the next turn. We've shut off their Sports Dragon play by shuffling one back into the deck. We got rid of the cards that they put back on top of the deck by shuffling them away after putting back their card. They're down 3 boss monsters. They're only running 6, well, plus the 2 Phoenix. The odds are certainly in our favor. A Ghost Cyclone comes out, but they have 5 monsters in the graveyard, so they are working with a 4-card hand this turn. That is even better. Ghost Cyclone destroying our own Ghost Cyclone is bait. They set a card. They set another card. Interesting. Let's see what we find. A Phoenix Dragon. But we can't get it back. This is really interesting. Our draws are not great. Oh, but I can go for lethal. If I use the Monster Reincarnation, I can get 3 monsters big enough to deal with their board. Okay, let's go for it. Monster Reincarnation, activate, send an Aqua to the graveyard, grab Clear Ice Dragon, summon Clear Ice Dragon, throw down a face down. Let's go ahead and activate our skill. we boost up a Clear Ice Dragon. But I don't think I want to send anything to the graveyard. We go into the battle phase. Attack with the first one. Attack with the second one. And we clear another victory. This has been the turnaround of the century. I will send them a nice, and we can go on to the next game. Alright, we are up second. Usually not what we prefer, but we'll see what they go for first. If they end on anything awkward, we can always try to take advantage of it. They set 2, looking like a pretty standard board so far. They're thinking they're gonna tribute summon. They're going to do it. Show me a Bunker Strike. Oh, this is a Dark Magician? What deck are we playing right now? This is really interesting. They're on Magician Shuffle, I think. But they're running Luke to make people think it's Resonance. Okay, what can I do? I could destroy the Dark Magician, but I could also just kind of leave it around. Really, really interesting stuff. 1, 2. Do I get rid of Phoenix Dragon to keep the Seahorse Carrier alive for next turn? I think so. So let's get rid of the Dream Drummer. Activate the skill. And send a card to the graveyard. Let's make sure we're set up for later with a Clear Ice Dragon. And then I think I am going to go ahead and pop the Dark Magician. Even though it does turn on Dark Magician Girls, it should be fine to do this because it's better to have one 2500 than to have a 2500 and a 2000 on board is kind of the main thought process. And they could always tribute Dark Magician for Dark Magician Girl if they really wanted to, whereas the set monster is just kind of a random fodder. Here comes 7 Sword Magician. That part makes sense. Burning Blaze Dragon is gonna go down. Gazelle. Oh, it's not, Oh wait, does Magician Shuffle let you run 15s? I don't remember. This might just be a generic legend draw list. We take 1200, but as long as we can find some high level monsters, we are ready to go. Kana survives, so we have an extra card. And we find a monster reincarnation, which is good enough. That's Monster Reincarnation. Go ahead, send Kana. Or we should actually send La Moon. Let's take out, if we go for the Clear Ice, we actually get to shuffle away the Dark Magician. So if they're running any Dark Magician Girls, they won't be able to use it. So I think Clear Ice Dragon is the correct play. Let's grab you. Then we Seahorse Carrier. But we actually don't need to use the effect. We can just tribute it over. Activate the effect of Clear Ice Dragon. We place Phoenix Dragon on the bottom of the deck, and we will return Dark Magician into the opponents. Then we set another monster. We will set a back row. Activate our skill. Boost up this. And do I send a card to the graveyard? That's always the question. I think so. We're trying to find our bigger monsters. Battle phase, and let's get rid of that Dark Magician. Now, there is actually one way that shuffling Dark Magician back is a downside. And that is if they draw the Dark Magician again right away, plus a Dark Magic attack, They can actually destroy my trap card, which they wouldn't have been able to do if I had kept Dark Magician in the graveyard. Because Summoning Flute would not be a legal option. Because they have way too many monsters on board. What are they going to bring out? All-Seeing White Tiger. So far, so good. And here comes a Sevens Road Dragius. So far, so good. Setting a card, Dragius' effect, Double Doom, going in for some damage, and there's the Dark Magician a second time. Very funny. This time I am going to be leaving Dark Magician in the deck, since I think it's more likely that a Dark Magic attack causes us issues than a Dark Magician girl. They head into battle, but if they attack, we'll see what happens. Widespread ruin. Dragius is destroyed. All they have is a Lone Gazelle and one face down card, which very well could be a Dark Magic attack rather than a trap card. It's our move. We draw a ton of cards. What do we want to do? Do we want to shuffle anything away? The All-Seeing White Tiger actually is a good card for us to get rid of. So we should start with Clear Ice Dragon, tributing Kana. Oh, but we didn't get rid of the Phoenix Dragon yet. Phoenix Dragon. We could actually cycle away the Ghost Cyclone. So let's go for that. Ghost Cyclone, ditch this, give us another Burning Blaze Dragon. In our graveyard, we have 2 Clear Ice Dragons, but no Burning Blaze Dragons. So we need to use Ancient Forces and send the second Burning Blaze Dragon to the graveyard. Now we can tribute 2 monsters for Ancient Arise Dragon, and the whole gang is here. Ancient Arise Dragon comes out, and they pop the concession. Whatever card they had set was not good enough. Let's rush Duel again. Panda says, with so many Lukes running around, it's probably not a good idea to be playing as anyone else because it gives the opponent a hint that they are not playing against dragons. Yeah, so there's one counter argument to that, and that's playing as Roa. Because players do have to play differently if they're expecting a heavy metal to kind of blow up their board at any given moment. So if you're not playing Luke and you're using some kind of archive skill, I suggest going on Luke or Roa. Alright, our opening hand is kind of awkward. But theirs might be awkward too. They're summoning a Dragius turn 1. Oh, but they have back row. Give me a second. I need some water. Alright, so we didn't draw a Ghost Cyclone. And this might just be the game we toss. We've had a long running win streak, but all things must come to an end. We are just gonna go in and see if we can somehow sneak in a KO of Dragius. Technically, even with them setting a card, the odds are roughly 1 in 4 that it is a punish. We mill a Lamoon. We can summon the Dream Drummer to shuffle away the Sports Dragon, but that leaves us vulnerable to too big of a counterattack. Let's just go into the battle phase, and it's a spell card. Very interesting. Or it's a Phantom Bind. We actually have no Dragon-type monsters in the graveyard. So my current read is that face-down card is Phantom Bind, which I actually don't have to worry about too much. Basically, if I draw a Ghost Cyclone and am able to use it, I will aim for other cards first. They do have a chance to utilize the Sports Dragon, as I did not throw it away. Monster Reincarnation. Very interesting. We have seen a few people using it, but this is a -1. It's not like Phoenix Dragon, where you get to keep a body on board afterwards. On the other hand, getting back access to Dragius could be worth it. I can definitely see where they're coming from. Dragorite, 2-hand. Wait, Dragorite? That means they didn't get back Dragius. They just needed low-level monsters. They're probably going to summon a single level 7 and pass again. It's a second copy of Dragius. They're only on 1 Phoenix Dragon. Very interesting. My monster goes down, and then I lose a Grace Princess. But I have Dream Drummer, which I'd honestly rather keep. Okay. This hand is incredible. I flip summon Dream Drummer. I summon Seahorse Carrier, and I get back a Psychic. I will take La Moon. I'm going to summon La Moon. I activate Dream Drummer's effect. By returning Dream Drummer to the deck, I'm able to send back my opponent's only Sports Dragon. Wait, no, I messed up. I needed an extra spot for the Phoenix Dragon. Oh no. I am in so much trouble now. Oh no, I had it. I could have won this game so easily. I can't send the monster to the graveyard. If I use the Phoenix Dragon I try to gain the life points, but if I just use Phoenix Dragon. What a disastrous misplay. You can definitely tell I'm less experienced with this deck than I am with Resonance. They let my attack through. I thought for sure they had a Phantom Bind, but they don't use it to get rid of my monster. They're down 3 boss monsters. They have 1 Phoenix. At most. Maybe, somehow, we will not get punished. We cleared Dragius. We have a full board of monsters. They drew a bunch of back row. That does make it hard to summon level 7s. This could be incredible. If we win this, it is not deserved. I am just getting lucky rather than being good. Here comes a Dragorite. And a set monster. That is not going to get there. I actually want them to destroy my monster. Wait, how many dragons do they have in the graveyard? They have 6. So that would put it at 900. If I widespread, I don't get to use my Phoenix Dragon next turn. So I will simply let them kill it. Oh, I would have drawn a 2 tribute anyway. But, okay. This time, we're doing it right. Phoenix Dragon. And what do we get rid of? I think we take out Grace Princess Kana. Okay, if we get rid of the Clear Ice Dragon, we get back a 2 tribute, we have a spot open. No, let's just get rid of Kana. We add Ancient Arise Dragon. Then we summon the Ancient Arise Dragon. 1 and 2. Now we Seahorse Carrier. Seahorse Carrier activates its effect. We get back a Grace Princess Kana. We have 1 Clear Ice Dragon in the graveyard. We summon Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. 1 and 2. we summon Grace Princess Kana. Then we summon Clear Ice Dragon. We activate the effect of Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. Then we activate Ancient Forces. We boost Clear Ice Dragon and send a monster to the graveyard. We activate Clear Ice Dragon, shuffling in, or returning Phoenix Dragon to the bottom to get rid of just one of their monsters. And then we activate Ancient Arise Dragon. We mill one, and we return 2 cards to destroy the Dragorite for free. 1, 2. Dragorite goes down. Battle phase. Dragius attacks. We attack with Ancient Arise Dragon. And we finish the game with Dragius. And we had 2,600 more damage where that one came from. Quite lucky. And we're back at 27,000. We're almost near my peak. If we can somehow manage to string together 2 more wins, it might be a new high. This is above where we started. We lost all the games in a row. And now we're winning them all. Hopefully we can keep it up. Alright, we are up second. But our hand is not looking great here. It is the mirror match. Ancient Forces. And they are going to set up their own combo. They set another monster, and they have a fantastic opening hand compared to our rather lackluster one. Let's set, summon the Clear Ice Dragon, summon the Burning Blaze Dragon, and then I think we do want to just thin our hand and summon another Clear Ice Dragon. Let's go ahead and use Ancient Forces, buffing up Clear Ice Dragon, and no need to send a card to the deck to the graveyard. Battle phase. Let's take out the Burning Blaze Dragon first. Then we swing into this face down. It's a Phoenix. Always love seeing us being able to destroy such a valuable monster. However, they are probably going to shuffle it back a couple of times this game. It isn't actually getting rid of the Limit 3 card, the same way we do in Resonance. 2 monsters and Speedy Performer does boost Dragorite to beat either of my monsters. With Clear Ice Dragon, this is a full board clear. We still don't know what that set monster is. Yep, we see, of course, it going back, and they get to clear both of my Aqua monsters. What a powerful card. They send a Burning Blaze, and they deal 1,100 damage. Let's see if we're able to make a comeback here. Dream Drummer is an interesting draw. We don't have any Psychics in the graveyard though. So let's start with Dream Drummer. Then we will tribute it for Clear Ice Dragon. And now we do have a Psychic monster in the graveyard, so we can Dream Drummer to our Heart's Content. This will let us get rid of the opponent's Aqua monster. Oh, I could have gained 500 life. Summon Lamoon. And then we Ancient Arise Dragon. 1 and 2. And we will activate our skill. And this time, I think I would like to send the Burning Blaze Dragon to the graveyard. Let's go ahead and use Ancient Arise Dragon's effect. And we will return cards to pop the opposing Dragorite. We are technically giving up on damage here. But I think the board clear is valuable as well. And I'm pretty sure their face down card is just a Ghost Cyclone, by the way. Oh, it might be a Recital. Oh, and they get another Aqua into the graveyard. Our shuffling away, all for naught. It's also worth noting, I did lose out on 500 life points. So if I get gamed by 500 or less, that is a throw. Once again, not very used to using the Dream Drummer engine. But it has been coming up. It seems like a really valuable addition to the deck. Dragorite, making sense, and a Speedy Performer. Same combo as last time. Oh, and milling the Phoenix Dragon is fantastic for them, as it enables a Clear Ice Dragon. Alright, they ditch an Aqua, and bring back, of course, Clear Ice Dragon. Once again, they will be able to clear my La Moon, and stop me from using a Seahorse Carrier on the next turn. If they have another 1 tribute, that's actually really strong. Heather says, good night, I wish you well. Thank you. I think you can definitely reach 23k. You'll definitely get there. I believe in you. You seem pretty good at the game. Have a great night, sleep well. Ancient Forces, not bad. They also returned to my Dream Drummer. Pretty interesting that they actually kept the fodder for Ancient Arise Dragon in the graveyard. So all I have to do is draw into a Phoenix Dragon, and we are live. But we are not live. A Dream Drummer, but they shuffled away my monster. How rude. If that's the case, I have to go La Moon, Dream Drummer Tribute. Burning Blaze Dragon, using the effect, 2800, and then mill a card. We'll send it the Clear Ice Dragon. We will set a monster and battle. I want to pop the Clear Ice Dragon here, and then the Phoenix. Kind of removing all of their boss monsters from the board. They have all 3 Burning Blaze Dragons and 2 Clear Ice Dragons in the graveyard, plus a Phoenix. They should have trouble finding a level 6. However, they might not have trouble finding Dragius to completely blow me up. So we'll see how this goes. I definitely missed out on damage the previous turn, and I could have had 500 more life points. So it's pretty rough. A lot of misplays, but they're switching a Dragorite to defense mode, which is a great sign for our continued existence in this duel. I draw for turn, and we don't draw anything. Wow. That is unexpectedly bad. I guess we didn't have too many options. If we get hit by a Widespread Ruin... Oh, they don't have Widespread Ruin. So we can actually battle. Let's go ahead and activate the skill. We'll boost up. And yeah, we can just fight. Unfortunately, once they break the board, we are gonna need, if we don't draw a 2 tribute, I don't know how we get out of this, because Dragius is gonna deal a ton of damage, and then the next Dragius would end the game, if we don't just die immediately. They are making a move. It's Ancient Arise. They can destroy a monster with that, which means they're getting in for 3,000 points of direct damage. Here goes the other Phoenix Dragon. But they shuffle 2 monsters back into the deck, so they aren't decking out anytime soon. They summon a Seahorse. Whoa. Okay, if they're going in this hard, that means they might have Dragius and end the game this round. After this, we might take a quick bathroom break. I need to refill my water as well. It's a second Ancient Arise Dragon. Well, that is definitely game. I see increase, they destroy my monster, destroy 1, 3,000, and then they have a La Moon for the final life points. Alright, so I will be back in just a minute. If you guys need to go grab a snack, go to the bathroom, get some water, now is a good time. We shall resume shortly. And we are back at it. We only lost 777, which means we were probably playing against someone very high ranked if we didn't lose even a full 1,000 from the loss. Looks like we also crossed the 100 win threshold at some point for the month during this event, which makes sense because we have been playing a ton of duels. Let's go ahead into the next round. Looks like it is a Luke. And they are up first. Our hand, I can't even tell you if I would have rather gone first or second with something like this. Probably first, just to be able to dig for more cards. Because anything like a Soul Burning Blaze Dragon doesn't sound great to me. I think I do want to set up the Clear Ice Dragon. So we will clear out one from the deck. So we have an option with Monster Reincarnation, and our Ancient Arise Dragon will be live. Let's go ahead and pop one of their monsters. It's just a Dragorite. But that's fine with me. We have some sort of protection, though I am kind of expecting a big Dragonic Slayer to start popping around its head any moment now. They have a ton of cards to work with, and Sport Dragon Pitcher, Twin Edge Dragon. I was kind of expecting to see a Triad Drago or something after this flip, but I don't even have a level 7, so I'm not sure. It's 2 p.m. here. Good luck with top 100. Alright, that's a pretty good time of day. Welcome, Axel. Hope you're having a good time. How's your day been so far? Are you participating? In the cup. Alright, so yeah, we do see Dragonic Slayer. And which one are they going to pop? That is the eternal question. They only have 3 monsters in the graveyard, so it's not even that much protection that I currently have anyway. And if they're using Resonance now, they probably don't plan on putting any more in there. They bring both monsters up to the higher level, making sense to me. And we'll see what they go for. They have 4 dragons in the graveyard. If they mess up, we can make a comeback. They mess up. Phantom Bind. Get hit with the Phantom Tax. Unfortunately, Dragonic Slayer, of course, is going to survive, and I am taking an additional 1,500 points of damage. Let's see what I draw. I am going to need a pretty good hand to make a comeback here. I see a ton of high-level monsters. So I'm not super, excited about what's currently in my hand. I could Speedy Performer. That way I can at least get a defense position monster. Ancient Arise Dragon. I think we do need to summon it over Dragius. Because of the threat of Widespread Ruin. Let's go ahead and activate the effect. And I will return the card so I can destroy Dragonic Slayer for free. Getting rid of boss monsters, very important. Let's destroy this one here. Then I set a card. And then I could summon Dragius afterwards. And then try to just kind of like hee-hee my way to a ton of damage. And I do have 2 level 7s in my hand. And I am also down 2 Seahorse Carriers. It is risky. But I think it is actually the right play. I'm going to summon Dragius. Because I don't want to end with 2 level 7s in hand. Let's activate the effect and see if we can get in. Ghost Cyclone, that's fine. If it is Widespread Ruin, we kind of lost the game either way. So we'll just go ahead and toss the concede. Head on to the next round. No problem, it happens. Ba-da-bum. Even though we've lost the last few games, I am happy we were able to make it back over the 25k mark, even if only temporarily. It looks like it is about the half-hour mark, so the rankings should be updating soon. Our turn 1 hand, not too bad. Let's see what we draw for turn. We would have preferred a low-level monster, but if we set, and set as well, this is actually not too shabby. We have exactly 3 monsters. We have back row. So they should be playing a little bit more conservatively to not blow up to a Widespread Ruin. And we have a monster ready for next turn. And we even have solid defenses. But with a 7's Road Witch into Magician combo, maybe we actually don't. Let's see if they have the Magician or if they're just using this for a 2400. with Seven's Axel Road, which is presumably the deck they are on. It could be a generic aggro deck as well, with a Fire Yarrow for the Fire over Fire Golem. Probably a way that they are playing around Phantom Bind. This is getting pretty interesting. They head into the battle phase. I don't have any reason to use any form of back row, so I will hold it. And Grace Princess Kana holds out. Unfortunately, this isn't perfect. I would have loved to kept the Clear Ice Dragon, because now I can't pop a card for free. I don't have any Psychics in the graveyard, so I think we are just going to kind of take it slowly. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. Summon out a Rise Dragon. There is a small chance we get very lucky and mill Burning Blaze, but we do not. So we'll just set another card, another card, and swing in for the damage we can get. A little suboptimal, but it is what it is. Here comes another Seven's Road Witch, and this time they are going to have a Magician guaranteed, because Seven's Axel Road lets you search for one, but they don't even need to. They already had it, and they bring it out right away. They mill Widespread Ruin, which is nice to see. But they do blow up my entire board, which is not so nice to see. Our move, hopefully we draw something decent. This hand seems playable. Let's go ahead and Ghost Cyclone, destroying the back row before we do anything else. We can Clear Ice Dragon or Ancient Arise Dragon, but only one of them. And that is a tough decision. Obviously getting rid of Seven's Road Magician would be great, but we can't actually pull off the full maneuver. Unless we get really lucky and mill. Well, we need the extra card, so we can start there. We'll grab Kana. And then we set. Yeah, if they don't have... Oh, but they're going to be able to search out the monster. Well, that's Monster Reincarnation. You know what? We should be relatively safe. Phantom Bind, we will grab Ancient Arise Dragon. There is a 1 in 7 chance we mill Burning Blaze Dragon and pop off. But most of the time, we are just doing this for the attack increase. We mill Dragius, which is not exactly what we wanted to see, but we'll take what we can. Let's destroy the Seven's Road Magician. Torna comes out, and we are going to get a huge punish here. Or, I mean, they are. This is probably a loss. Seven's Axel Road, boosting it up to 24, and letting them find a Seven's Road Magician on top of it all. Oh, we still could come back if we find a Phoenix Dragon and go into the Dragius here. We can deal a ton of damage while clearing their board. So we'll have to see what we draw. It's probably going to take a lot of resources. But we still could win, theoretically. maybe that Phantom Bind would have been pretty good right about now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Only 5 though. So I guess not. I think they missed out on some damage. Okay, we draw Phoenix Dragon and Seahorse Carrier, which are great starts. Definitely going to Seahorse Carrier. Take the Kana. And I probably do want to bring Dragius down this turn, right? So if I Phoenix Dragon, I can get Dragius plus Ancient Arise. But I still don't have a Burning Blaze Dragon. Somehow. So what if instead I Tribute Clear Ice Dragon, Summon Lamoon, Tribute them both for Ancient Arise? No, I don't think that works. So we are gonna Phoenix Dragon, activate the effect. We send Clear Ice to the graveyard, add back Dragius. We are going to summon Dragius. 1, 2. And we do get 2 more chances to mill. And there are 2 of them in the deck. So let's go ahead and use Dragius' effect. And we find Burning Blaze Dragon, which is what we were going for. This was a calculated risk, because even if we whiffed, we were going to have a really strong field. But here comes Ancient Arise Dragon, and now we can actually utilize its full power. Mill, and return 2 cards to the deck. Clear Ice Dragon and Burning Blaze Dragon. Say goodbye to Seven's Road Magician. And with Dragius attacking twice to clear the board, this is game. And they go for the concession. I will send them over a nice, and we will queue into the next one. Back to 26,000. I do wonder what our ranking is. 140. We are basically exactly where we started. Obviously the number 1 spot is very far away, but if we go down to 100, it should be around 30,000. Just barely over 30,000. We have a shot to make it. Let's go ahead and rush Duel. Alright, the next match was pretty much instantaneous. We lost the coin flip and have a ton of not great cards in our hand for the first turn. But depending on what they play, this could quickly turn into an incredible hand. Let's see what they go for. For example, sometimes with an awkward hand, you'll end on something like Dragius set 1, and they start by immediately setting a card face down. That's really interesting. They set 3 monsters and pass. So we currently have no monsters in the graveyard, and that means it's time for Ghost Cyclone. This allows us to destroy the back row and draw an additional card. But we still only have 1 monster, which is really interesting. 1, 2, set. I guess I will summon it because I want to get that Burning Blaze Dragon in the graveyard as soon as possible. Especially since we already have a Rise Dragon in the hand. Ancient Forces activates, we boost our monster, and we send a card to the graveyard. Burning Blaze Dragon. Battle phase. Let's go ahead and swing into the first one. It's just a Dragonite. So that's what I was saying. If they had summoned a level 7 monster that turn, we would have been able to destroy the card and gotten rid of one of their bosses. But they played it safe. They just set 3 monsters, unfortunately. Oh, and here they are drawing into 2 more back row. Still no high-level monster, though. Very interesting. I think we go for set 1, set 2. And okay, so this is an interesting play. We can't deal any damage this turn, but what we can do is protect Ancient Arise Dragon from a Widespread Ruin. By summoning Clear Ice Dragon and boosting it with the skill, it'll go over 2400, which is perfect for what we are trying to do. I'm not going to send anything to the graveyard though, as we don't really have a need for it. They are having trouble finding high-level monsters, so if I actually shuffle back the Dragorite, we could cause even more pain, while also getting back one of our best monsters in Phoenix Dragon. So we'll go ahead and do that and enter the battle phase. 2600 is my strongest monster, so Widespread Ruin is not much of a concern. Phoenix Dragon going down is amazing. We swing again. Lamoon, not so great because that obviously enables a Seahorse Carrier. And it looks like this might be the mirror match because there are running cards like Lamoon and Recital, which is obviously meant to stop players like Roa from beating over the weak monsters. They do have a Seahorse Carrier, so they are going to start making some moves. Have to wait and see what it is. Burning Blaze Dragon coming down. And now I kind of regret shuffling away that Dragorite. Next turn, of course, we're going to get rid of any light aquas that they leave in the graveyard, assuming we actually manage to maintain our own Clear Ice Dragon. Oh, but we won't have a Phoenix to shuffle and use it. That's unfortunate. So they bring out a Burning Blaze Dragon, but what else do they have in store? Lamoon implies they are going for a second tribute summon. Here comes Clear Ice Dragon. They should have used the butt on that one though. They get their own Phoenix Dragon back, and now my aquas are the ones saying goodbye. However, I still have one in the graveyard. Battle time. Oh, and I will absolutely Phantom Bind that. Being able to keep an extra monster on board and get rid of one of theirs, obviously a no-brainer choice. Let's go ahead and draw for turn. This is looking really good. So we need to get a Clear Ice Dragon into the graveyard, but we are going to do that automatically just by playing the game, because we need 2 tributes to do it. Do we have any Psychics in the graveyard? No. So we can't Dream Drummer unless we tribute 1 Dream Drummer first. It is worth noting though, we have no actual... Oh, we have a Monster Reincarnation. This hand looks really strong. Dream Drummer. Let's tribute 2. 1. 2. Let's see, what should we do next? We do have one of each in the graveyard, so I think it's safe to go ahead and start with this, because we do have one of each. Activate Ancient Arise Dragon's effect. We'll return cards to the deck. 1, 2, pop their guy. Then we just milled a Phoenix Dragon, so we want to put it back. Let's put back Phoenix Dragon, and then we will return their vanilla aqua monsters. Then we can Seahorse Carrier, grab an extra card, which we can then translate into another Ancient Arise Dragon if we want to. But I think I'm just going to go for a Burning Blaze. So that's Ancient Forces. Select you. Send a card, yes. Send Burning Blaze Dragon. And then do we Monster Reincarnation? Or do I save it? Maybe I shouldn't have used the Seahorse Carrier here. No, I think it's safe to go for it. We'll ditch the Grace Princess Kana one more time. Grab the... I could get a second Ancient Arise Dragon though, which seems better. Alright, so we grab another one of these. We can summon it out. 1 and 2. But I'm wasting the monster reincarnation is kind of the issue. Do I need to mill another card? I guess it shouldn't hurt. Would I like to return cards? No. Alright, let's swing and see what happens. Yeah, widespread ruin, that makes sense. We can still clear the board. Unless I have another recital. But ultimately, I think I did misplay. If I had kept the monster reincarnation around for later, my next turn would have been way better, and my end board wouldn't have been very much weaker, if at all. Like, instead of using the Seahorse Carrier, I should have just set a Dream Drummer and gone for things as they stood. Alright, so now they get a Seahorse Carrier, but I'm pretty sure I got rid of that stuff. Which is a good start. Burning Blaze Dragon coming down. That should be the second one. Okay. But they have 3 dragons in the graveyard. Which is interesting. They send a 4th. Phoenix Dragon. Oh, that's gonna get 1 dragon out of the graveyard. But they send another Phoenix Dragon. But then they can tribute the Phoenix Dragon and shuffle a Phoenix Dragon back in. How many do they end up with? Oh, but if they use Speedy Performer for an extra 400 attack, that's pretty good. Speedy Performer, who are you boosting? Okay, if that's the case, I think we're good to just kind of call it, oh wait, it's Widespread Ruin. I thought I had a Phantom Bind face down the entire time, but I do not. So, we win. They didn't destroy our Spell or Trap card, so this game is going to be over very soon. They enter the battle phase. And yeah, I'll just Widespread Ruin. They did it to me, I get to do it to them. They are left with a Speedy Performer on board. And I draw pretty decently. We get a Dream Drummer, which is a decent start, I'd say. We can get rid of... What do we want to get rid of? Probably nothing, actually. All those monsters belong in the graveyard. So let's just do this and summon the Burning Blaze Dragon. Then we summon out La Moon. We can mill a card and destroy Speedy Performer. Let's go ahead and return 1 and 2. It's only a 400 attack point monster we're destroying, but more damage is more damage. Next, we have, how many dragons in the graveyard? 2. Oh wait, but we have, an extra 1000 attack, so Phantom Bind is not an issue. Let's go ahead and send a Clear Ice into the grave. And now we enter the battle phase. Let's start with this, in case they do have a recital. They don't. Okay. We swing for 12. And we swing for 3000. That is a lot of damage. So they are down to just 500 life points. 3 Burning Blaze Dragons are gone, 2 Clear Ice Dragons are gone, and an Ancient Arise Dragon. They get out a second Ancient Arise Dragon. That is going to get to destroy both of my biggest monsters on its own. They mill a 3rd Ancient Arise Dragon, which I wasn't expecting. Still with 5600 life points, I should be okay. La Moon comes out. That's not entirely sufficient. Hopefully I'm able to draw a good next hand. Phoenix Dragon should get me there. Let's Phoenix Dragon up first. Go ahead and activate Phoenix Dragon's effect. I do have to worry a little bit about the number of dragons in my graveyard though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Activate the effect. We'll ditch a Seahorse Carrier. And we want just back an Ancient Arise Dragon. Then we can summon a Seahorse Carrier. We're gonna tribute 2. And have 2 spots left, so we are fine as is. Tribute 1, tribute 2. Activate the effect of Ancient Arise Dragon. We mill 2. And I am going to shuffle the cards back in the deck just to offer some protection against a Phantom Bind. Let's go ahead and Speedy Performer for even more damage. And we should be able to finish the game this turn. We summon La Moon and enter the battle phase. This is 1,000 points of damage, Barrier does not save them, and Phantom Bind does not save them. We get another win with the Ancient Arise Dragon deck. Alright, and we are up to 27,000. Which I'd say is a very respectable ranking. I think even if I didn't play any more KC Cup, I should be easily in the top 1,000. We are up against a Mimi. Finally, not another Luke player. We are up first. Now, the last time I saw Mimi, they were on Disco Fever. I do wonder if they are still going to be like the last one I saw. Phoenix Dragon on turn 1 is interesting, and here goes my internet connection. Set 1, oh no. Set 2, set 3. Alright, Panda, enjoy your night. 31k is a fantastic score. That's easily top 100. I need to tribute a monster. I will tribute off Seahorse Carrier. And I'm gonna mill a Clear Ice Dragon to set up my graveyard for any potential Ancient Arise Dragon plays. Alright, that's all I needed to do. Turn 1. No need to summon this Dragius when a Disco Fever pop seems relatively likely. Thank you, Panda, for joining us. Always nice to see other people taking the event seriously. They set their whole hand, and it's my move. Yeah, we can actually Phoenix Dragon here. Let's go ahead and activate the effect. We can ditch a Dream Drummer and get back the Clear Ice Dragon. Then we can summon out Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius over the Phoenix Dragon. Then we get La Moon, the Party Princess, and we have a full 3 boss monster board with a Phoenix Dragon as backup, and we even get a nice sneaky little set card. Next up, we're going to activate Ancient Forces, and this is going to provide Dragius immunity to widespread destruction. We have both of our boss monsters already, but I'll send a card to the graveyard anyway. Let's get rid of the other Burning Blaze Dragon. Oh, make sure I activate Dragius' effect, a very important part of the game, and swing. We destroy 1. We destroy 2. And Bubbly Elf confirms Disco Fever. Destroy 3 and swing in for 2,600. Their face down cards can't be Barrier. It has to be a couple of Phantom Bind. Diva comes out, and with the skill, they are going to be able to beat over some monsters with these. Disco Fever, able to buff a whole field worth of low levels. Here comes Speedy Performer for an extra 400 boost. They have 3 Aquas in the graveyard. Alright, here comes Dion Keto. And now they have 1, 2, 3, 4. But Triple Threat Thunder is huge damage. Disco Fever on that makes a ton of sense. I'm just gonna take a ton of damage here, yeah. 1, 2, 3, and 4 is not enough. With that big Triple Threat Thunder, my board is cleared. We draw a Ghost Cyclone, so that's at least a little bit helpful. We don't have to worry about the Phantom Bind anymore. Oh, it was actually Widespread Ruin? Why did they not use it? That is wild. Seahorse Carrier, activate the effect, for sure. Gain an extra card. Do we have any Psychics in the graveyard? We do have another Dream Drummer. So if I go, if I summon out both though, I won't be able to, use Phoenix Dragon. That's a little awkward. Still, I think I do want to shuffle away some of their monsters. Dream Drummer, for sure. Activate the effect. Let's shuffle you back in. And then I get to return Bubbly Elf. Then Phoenix Dragon. Activate Phoenix Dragon. We ditch Kana. We get back a Clear Ice. Summon out Ancient Arise Dragon. 1 and 2. Then Clear Ice Dragon. 1. Clear Ice Dragon can return my Phoenix Dragon into the deck, which is always nice to see. I return 1 Light Aqua monster into their deck. And maybe I just try to brick them on low levels? No. Oh, well, the Dark Magician would actually be kind of annoying for them to draw. So let's do that. Then do I have one of each? No, I need to activate my skill right now before I throw the game. I would like to send a Clear Ice Dragon to the graveyard. Then I mill 1 with Ancient Arise, and I get to return Clear Ice and Burning Blaze and destroy Dion Keto, the Boogie Master. Now we pop the rest of their cards and, okay. They are left with 400 life, which means I didn't throw by summoning Clear Ice. Burning Blaze Dragon is only 200 extra damage. They set a card. Pretty dangerous. And here comes a monster reincarnation. Will they be going for Dion Keto or a Seahorse Carrier? They discard a 2-tribute monster for Speedy Performer specifically. This is interesting. They don't have anything. I see now. We of course would have loved to see Phoenix Dragon again for the access to our favorite pal, Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. But for now, we are just going to return Clear Phoenix Dragon into the deck alongside their 2 low levels. Or just this one, actually. Okay. Next up, we set a card face down, and then La Moon and Burning Blaze Dragon. Let's activate our skill to thin out the deck a little bit. Oh wait, we should thin out our hand. So here's 1 extra summon. But I will keep 1 around. Activate Ancient Forces. Go here. I don't need to mill, so Battle Phase. And we get to just swing over their entire board. This is getting kind of close. They have 1 set card, which I think is actually Dark Magic Attack. Or maybe a Ghost Cyclone. But if they're running Dark Magician, why else would you be running it? Okay. They set another card. We do have, I think, 1 Ghost Cyclone left, but I don't expect them to actually be able to deal with my entire board. They'd have to have a really good hand. Here comes the final Dion Keto. They gain 1,000 life points, but I have Widespread. The game is over. Widespread ruin, and it's done. We just proceed into battle, and we will attack. I'll give them the thumbs up for bringing Mimi this far into the event. That is quite some dedication to Disco Fever. Alright, next up is a Roman. Once again, we're not against a Luke player, which is always an interesting thing to see. Our opening hand is a little bit suboptimal, so I think I am ultimately going to choose to bring out this Ancient Arise Dragon and force the opponent to have some good cards to answer it. I could mill one, which I think is actually kind of funny, so I'm going to do it. We mill a Clear Ice Dragon. Perfect. See, we're setting up for later. Let's see how it goes. They set a monster. So far, so good. Setting 3, and they pass. We draw. And those are certainly some cards to draw. Wow. Grace Princess Kana and Seahorse Carrier go down. And then Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius comes out alongside them. Let's mill another card with Dragius' effect. Double Doom. Summon out La Moon the Party Princess. And we still haven't found any Burning Blaze Dragons, so I'll use Ancient Arise Dragon as well for an additional 600 attack. It all works out exactly as planned. Let's swing. And we hit a curb. This is an aggro player. Pocket Pocket Chew, and a Gazelle. We deal 3,000 with Ancient Arise Dragon, and we have an absolutely incredible board state. They do bring out a Curry Bot to recycle, but that's going to cost them even more life points. Romantic, of course, they are down 4,000 life points. They can definitely find time to use that effect. They do mill a Dragius in the process, though. They are apparently on King's Majesty, given this babysitter go. Speedy Performer, here to boost Dragius. But the further we go, the more and more it seems like I'm going to win this game. They summon out a Currybot as the final monster, presumably for another 1 tribute. A beetle appears out of nowhere. And this is actually really interesting. They go all in on Dragius. A terrible, terrible play. Because it is time for the traps. Widespread Ruin destroys Dragius. And if they try to get value with Summon Skull, that one's going down too. We have a Phantom Bind. And they toss the concession. I do feel pretty bad for them. They got completely, they were just unable to out my very first card I played on turn 1. And it just kind of snowballed from there. On to the next match. Alright, we are up first. And our hand is actually pretty suitable for going first. Let's set a card, set a card, set a card, set a card, and set a card. End turn. And we'll see how it goes. We've got Dream Drummer in the graveyard. And it's the mirror match. I was thinking maybe it was a Dragonic Resonance player, but it appears to not be the case. 2600 on that Clear Ice Dragon. And milling the Burning Blaze right away. What else are they bringing out? They bring out a Seahorse Carrier. They are making a huge first turn push. Let's see what they go for. La Moon makes sense. Do they have a 2 tribute monster? Dragius is actually really strong into this board, but they just milled Dragius, so they probably don't have it. What are they going for? It's Ancient Arise Dragon. And a La Moon. What an incredible first turn. Yep, I think I am going to go ahead and Widespread Ruin. And it's our move now. We draw plenty of monsters of our own. We need a Burning Blaze Dragon in the graveyard at some point. But I think we should start with Clear Ice Dragon. Summon you out, and then we can use our own Seahorse Carrier. Let's go ahead, activate the effect. Did they didn't rage quit, did they? No, just internet problems. We'll grab our own Grace Princess Kana. Summon it out. Then we get Ancient Arise Dragon. 1 and 2. We're gonna summon a second Clear Ice Dragon. After summoning this next Grace Princess Kana. Then we can use our effect. Wait, hold on. Do we have any in the graveyard? We do have a Clear Ice Dragon in the grave, so we are good. We can summon the Clear Ice Dragon here, send a Burning Blaze, and be set up to use Ancient Arise Dragon's monster effect. I would definitely like to send a monster. Let's get that out of the way, activate the effect, and shuffle some cards back into the deck. 1, 2, and La Moon is gone. And we are good to enter the battle phase. We are swinging in for an additional 3,600 damage. I'm sorry, 46. Alright, they go into their turn. They do have Ancient Arise Dragon set up, and they have plenty of good monsters in the graveyard for a Phoenix Dragon. This game looks like I have an overwhelming lead, but it is simply not true. Monster Reincarnation for Currybot. If they have another Currybot in hand, that's actually incredible value. It's a Seahorse Carrier. Still making a way, finding a way to get back the resources that they had lost with Monster Reincarnation. We know they have Dragius in hand, so that is 2 of my 3 monsters dealt with. If the final 2 cards are a low level and a 1 tribute, they are in business. They set a card and a monster. Presumably they are going to leave my Clear Ice Dragon alive. But maybe not actually, because we have Phantom Bind. So they aren't actually able to attack the Ancient Arise Dragon. So if we can find a Burning Blaze, okay, this is looking quite good. We definitely want a Phoenix Dragon. Then we can use the effect. We are going to ditch the Monster Reincarnation. Oh, and they just concede immediately. I'll send them over a nice, and we can go on to the next round. And we are finally, for the very first time, over 30,000 points. This might be enough to get us into the top 100 when the rankings update. 30,800 is currently enough for spot number 88. However, I'm going to give up on this guaranteed top 100 for now to try to go even further. But we did it. We made it. That said, maybe we didn't. After all, everyone else has been playing for the last hour as well. And the threshold for top 100 has been steadily climbing. There's no way to know until the rankings update where exactly we're going to land. Alright, next up is a Gakuto, and our opening hand is looking a little bit rough. They set 3 and 1 back row. We could obviously go for a Ghost Cyclone into a low level, but that is asking for a little bit too much. Let's go ahead and clear out our hand. We're going to set up Ancient Arise Dragon for later. By using our skill, Ancient Forces, sending Burning Blaze Dragon to the graveyard. Now, there is a much higher chance that that face down card is something like Dark Ruler Battle Slash than it is going to be a Widespread Ruin. So summoning Dragius is worth it. I'm going to set a card, and there's my Ghost Cyclone that I was looking for earlier. We swing in, and they don't have anything activatable, which does imply to me this is probably a Dark Ruler Battle Slash. So we have to watch out for our own face down cards. I guess you could say fortunately, asterisk, Phantom Bind isn't great in this matchup anyway. Okay, we didn't find any Ancient Arise Dragons, but we can actually get rid of these monsters. Do I have any Aquas? I do. But do I even want to, though? If I Dream Drummer and Seahorse Carrier, I can summon out my bosses, while keeping a Phoenix Dragon around for later. And that seems like it has to be by far the best play. Let's go ahead, do some normal summons. Wait, do I have a Psychic? I do. So let's get rid of their Kana for sure. Summon out the Burning Blaze Dragon here. 1. And then a Clear Ice Dragon to go alongside it. 2. Dragius activates its effect. And then we activate Ancient Forces one more time. This is going to boost Clear Ice Dragon up to 2600. Actually, we should boost Burning Blaze Dragon to avoid a Phantom Bind into Widespread Ruin combo. I will send a card to the graveyard. Clear Ice Dragon. Battle phase. Swing with Dragius first. Swing with Clear Ice Dragon. Unfortunately, of course, they do have plenty of vanilla Aquas set face down. So my attempts to turn off their Seahorse Carriers were unsuccessful. But they took 2,800 points of damage. And it looks like they have 2 Battle Ruler Slashes ready to go. Seahorse Carrier, they're setting up for a big turn. 6 cards in hand, La Moon. Time for the first Tribute Summon. Here comes Yami Ruler, the Dark Delayer. Yami Ruler goes to defense position, and then so does my Burning Blaze Dragon. A Bonded Bowing could also be one of their face down cards. I hadn't thought about that. They set a card, and they enter the battle phase. That is fine with me. I will lose Burning Blaze Dragon 100% of the time here. Interesting. I am under the delay directive, and they probably have a way to deal with my Phantom Bind. Do I go for the Burning Blaze Dragon? I don't think so. We are just going to Ancient Forces, boost our monster. We'll activate the effect. Set a card. Oh, interesting. And we'll force them to start using the traps. So we swing in with Dragius. Presumably I am losing a card here. Or they can just choose not to do that. Well, I'm done. And if they aren't going to do it, I'm not going to let them destroy my trap cards. Hammer Crush. Was not expecting that. Gonna be completely honest. But I was expecting them to target the one on the right. My Ghost Cyclone goes away. No problem at all to me. They set a monster. They set another monster. Yami Ruler's in attack mode. What could be coming next? Whatever it is, it's not enough to stop my widespread ruin, and the game is essentially over. That's Monster Reincarnation. And we see the concession. I will send them a nice. We get 1,000 points, and we can move on to the next battle. Alright, we are going second. But with this hand, I think the win streak has officially come to an end. Type 07 in the chat, give it a good old salute. Because we are not winning this game. We'll set a card, we will summon the Clear Ice Dragon. We will use the effect to mill another tribute monster from the deck. Set a card, and we will go into the battle phase. Let's see if we can pop a card or if Widespread Ruin wants to ruin our day. Oh, welcome, Zapal. So how are you doing in the event? I saw you were, I think it was like exactly rank 100 last night. Have you been keeping up with the gradual increase? A Dragonic Slayer, of course, here to cause no end of frustrating experiences. Dragonic Resonance. I guess it's fitting, after playing a ton of non-Luke players, for our win streak to finally be ended by the one and only Dragonic Resonance. This is actually just 6,000 damage. Very funny. 28k is pretty good though. That's gotta be like right outside of the threshold. Probably still top 200. I will send my opponent the nice for drawing a fantastic hand and quickly ending my attempts and dreams for the top 100. I'm doing pretty well. We finally crossed 30,000 for the first time. I got up to 29,000 a couple of times off stream, then slid down to 25, started the stream, went all the way below 20k, it was like 18, and now we swapped decks away from Resonance, and we are slowly making our way back up. Alright, this is another not very good hand. We will see how it goes. I would love for my opponent, of course, to set a back row. And we can see how it goes. They tribute set, probably a Axel Wonder Splat. Alright, so I need to see a low level and then a second one off the Ghost Cyclone. Bring me back into this game. Ghost Cyclone, go. Draw one card. It's a Clear Ice Dragon. That is not really what I wanted. At least it is playable. Tribute set. Tribute summon. Throw down a face down. Activate my skill. Ancient Forces, boost Burning Blaze Dragon, and send a Clear Ice Dragon into that graveyard. Battle phase. Let's take out that Axel Wonder Splat. They set face down. It was actually a witch. Pretty interesting play. So of course we are in some amount of danger here. Never want to play a lone monster against a 7-zone magician. And here comes Monster Reincarnation to get back that witch. They are probably going to do a big combo. Here comes Seven's Road Witch, of course. But if they're tributing a Doriado, their hand must be really good. Seven's Axel Road to go up to 2400. And then Seven's Road Witch's effect. Yeah, not much I can do about that. Seven's Road Magician is going to be huge here. They've got plenty of attributes in their graveyard. Looking like 3, and it could go up to 4 with a good roll. I think this might not be lethal, but it is very close. We take 1,000 points of damage, 1,500, and what does that leave us at? 35? Okay. With 200 life points left, can we somehow climb back? I think the answer is no. Yeah, we could grab a third low level. And then what? If we monster reincarnation the Phantom Bind away, we can get the Clear Ice Dragon, tribute off, get 2 monsters. We'll have 1 Phantom Bind left over. That's not looking like a very good win condition though. So, yeah, I think we just summon the Ancient Arise Dragon and hope they don't draw any high level monsters, including level 6s. We go 1 and 2. Ancient Arise Dragon activates its effect. We will return cards to the deck. 1 and 2. This does let us destroy Seven's Road Magician. And then we throw down some face down cards. And finally, we destroy Seven's Road Witch. If they brick on 5 low level monsters, there is a chance. We only have 200 life points. It's obviously very unlikely. Dropped to 18 and then got all the way up to 28. That's impressive. I think it's really similar to what we did actually. And we still have a full day left, so don't give up yet. I think you have a pretty good shot to make it into the top 100. We see them set a monster. Alright, this could be our chance to start coming back. With 3 face down cards though, it's not looking great for my chances. We can't use the Ghost Cyclone because we have a monster on board. And if we ever don't have a monster on board, the game's over. So, yeah, I really want to grab Dragius, but we also need to get a pop. Or we would need to get Clear Ice Dragon if we want to do the pop. I think Dragius is the overall a better play. So let's monster reincarnation, toss out this Ghost Cyclone. We will add Multi-Strike Dragon, Dragius to the hand. Set 1, set 2, set 3, summon Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. Activate the effect of Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. And then what? I could destroy all 3 monsters, or I could go for a defense position play. I could theoretically switch Ancient Arise Dragon to defense mode. Let's see if we can pull a pop. No. 1600. They shouldn't have piercing. 2800. No, we're just gonna battle. Widespread Ruin, that is fine with me. Dark Sorcerer is the card we definitely want them to keep around. Barrier, that surely shouldn't be enough. But they are returning a high level monster to the deck, which makes sense. We need to make sure we actually have this on now. Okay, so here's the thing. Torna can switch Dragius to defense mode, and that'll probably end the game. Witch goes up to 2800, and if they don't have a recovery force, we might be able to cheese our way through the turn. If they get 2 magicians, they probably do win if they summon out 2 copies of 7-Toed Magician, but that would also be somewhat hard to do. It's also possible they end up bricking on high levels after they bricked on low levels last turn. Or maybe it wasn't even low levels because they did set a ton of cards. Like this Widespread of Ruin. Also, keeping the attack or the defense mode Dark Sorcerer does provide a potential target for an Ancient Arise Dragon for me on a future turn. They set a monster. Okay. So far, so good. What else do they have? Another set monster. That's also fine. A tribute set. That's smart. That stops me from using Ancient Arise Dragon to destroy a card. Oh, but they're not going for the win. If they had 2 tribute sets, they actually could have gone for a more aggressive play for sure. We draw Phoenix Dragon, which is pretty interesting, since that could get us to a Clear Ice Dragon. And then that would, of course, then get us subsequently to a Burning Blaze Dragon. However, I think I just summon Ancient Arise Dragon again. And we call it there. I'll set 1, set 2. It's important we don't play into opposing Torn of the Windweaver by setting a random extra monster. So let's use Dragius, and that's good enough for me. We're ready to fight. Swing in 1. Wait, we don't actually lose to a Phantom Bind, do we? 1. There are only 2 dragon monsters in our graveyard. Okay. Yeah, they have something. Is the issue. And eventually they will find what they're looking for. Recovery Force is huge. Being able to get those spellcasters out of the graveyard really weakens my potential plays. Torna, Witch, they're looking for the high levels. Interesting. I think there are 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And 7-Toed Magician goes way over like 3,600, 3,900. I don't think they're ever gonna have 11 spellcasters in the graveyard, which is dangerous. Light, dark, earth, water, fire. They're missing wind because they put back Torna. They are thinking. Yeah, this is where I wish I had a second Dragius so I could make more attacks. Alright, Mystic Dealer. Are they digging for more cards? Interesting. They ditch a Fire Golem. If I keep their board clear, it should be difficult for them to establish 2 7-Toed Magicians on any given turn. But the question is, who's going to deck out first? They have cards like Recovery Force to give them more options. Okay, that Mystic Dealer is definitely not sticking around. Yeah, it gets distributed and set. Alright, I draw 3. And we are going to mill one with Dragius. I don't see any other options. We have to clear out the board. So we have 4 turns, but if we force them to set 3 monsters every turn, eventually their hand is just going to be high-level monsters. They shuffled a ton back into the deck last turn. So if we look at their graveyard, they should have 3 Seven-Sword Magician and like 3 Witch in the deck. Over half of their deck is high levels. So they might not be able to actually summon enough monsters to play the game. And if they ever whiff 3 low-level monsters, then we push in and KO. They are thinking again. They know we have those 3 set cards, so they have to play around the Widespread Ruin. But maybe they'll eventually, if they're running Ghost Cyclone, they'll eventually hit it. Because they, of course, are running out of cards in deck. But we have only seen 1 Phantom Bind and 1 Barrier, so it's also possible their entire hand or their entire deck is revolved around back row and high levels remaining. Mystic Dealer coming out, and they are digging more. They did find 1 low level, and they discard a Seven-Sword Magician. They have a ton of high levels in hand for sure. That much is guaranteed. They set a monster. They tribute set, and they set another card. Alright, we only draw 1, and they are drawing 4. How many Tornas? They are only down 1 Torna, so they probably have another one in the deck. Very interesting. The thing is, if they get a recovery force off. Wait, they only have 2 monsters on board. Okay, so if we summon Burning Blaze Dragon, and then we clear 1 with Burning Blaze Dragon, and then we clear 1 with Dragius, then we can attack directly for 3,000 plus 2,500. But what if they have a Music Princess Recital set? No, I think this is right. We set, we summon, and this should be game. Let's activate the effect of Ancient Arise Dragon. Let's activate our skill. I would not like to send any cards to the graveyard, no. I would like to activate Dragius. And I would like to head into the battle phase. I declare my first attack. I declare my second attack. I declare the third attack. It's Phantom Bind. Oh no. Barrier? That's exact lethal. After a very intense game, we managed to pull that one off. And we are back above 31,000. Oh, and it looks like the rankings should have been updated. Did we do it? Welcome, Ben X. we have reached the top 100 players. If we scroll down, hopefully we can see it. And let's see if we recognize anyone else here. Because I am in a couple of Discord servers, but looking like the Japanese players are kind of dominating the event. Not to mention the Luke players. And there I am, number 89. That feels great. And we'd actually just won a game, so we're up in the 31 somewhere. So probably around 75. Definitely going to take a screenshot of this. Unfortunately, 30,000 is not going to be good enough for the next 24 hours. It's been slowly ranking up. I think if we get to like 35, we should be safe. I'm gonna go and try to raise my power a little bit more. If we can reach 35, we'll definitely call it a night. And then I'll check, obviously, later on and see whether or not I slide out as other people grind on the final day. Alright, so our opening hand is not perfect. I think we do just set 4 and call it a day. We don't have any protection for the Ancient Arise Dragon, so I'd kind of like to wait around on it. Welcome, Benix, if I didn't already say hello. You joined at a good time. And they pass. Very interesting. We apparently don't really draw much either. But I guess we will, make the first move. Let's go ahead with trying to just poke at their defense position monsters a little bit and seeing what happens. I guess we can mill, because we want to try to get those dragons in the graveyard. Seahorse Carrier, not what we wanted to see. But yeah, let's just go for it, see what happens. We crash, okay. And we destroy a pitcher. Alright, and they don't have any high-level monsters. We can start breaking through. Let's go for Clear Ice Dragon. And then another Clear Ice Dragon. Wait, do we have a Phoenix Engrave? No. Unfortunate. But that's fine. We can Tribute Summon again. Then we can use our skill. Here we go, 2600. We send a Burning Blaze Dragon to the graveyard. Then we activate Ancient Arise Dragon's effect. And we return 2 monsters to destroy the Winged Dragon. After that, we could keep pushing, but this seems like a reasonable place to go for battle. Swing in over here, 1000, and let's see if we can get the 3k. It's another Winged Dragon. Unfortunately, we don't deal any damage. But, on the other hand, I think they don't have any high levels. Okay, they set more cards, which is fine, especially if they're Phantom Binds. Wait, but why did they hold on to so many of them? They must have drawn that for turn. Okay. Yeah, we really have, like, nothing to do here. We're doing this just to make sure our Ancient Arise Dragon does not blow up to a rogue widespread ruin. We can pass turn here and kind of just wait for a little bit. They do have a ton of sports dragons in the graveyard, but this is really interesting. We can start shuffling them back, actually. If we put back the 2 pitchers, well, no, because at this point they're unlikely to actually find any sports dragons. And we're not pushing for any damage anyway. I could be able to try to find Dragias, which would be funny. So let's activate the effect. Oh, looks like we whiffed. And we see they're running a Draco the Tiny, which is kind of unexpected. But we run into another winged dragon. They've done a really good job of stopping this Lamoon from destroying cards. Alright, Phoenix Dragon coming out. But if I understand correctly, the issue is they don't have any low levels in the graveyard for Phoenix Dragon to find. They're probably making a big double boss board here for sure. Dragias comes out. That much is to be expected. They mill a Slayer. Now that the Phoenix Dragon is gone, we don't mind that at all. If I was them, I probably would have kept the Phoenix Dragon and... Oh, but this is it. How many dragons do they have in the graveyard? All of them. Literally all of them. So they lose Dragias. And they are even vulnerable to me using my skill. Let's activate it. Ancient Forces. Buff this. Send away an Ancient Arise, or a Burning Blaze Dragon. Activate the skill, and we will shuffle back 2 monsters into the deck. 1 and 2. I would like to destroy a card, get rid of Winged Dragon. Then I can Monster Reincarnation for a Dragias. I'll toss away a Dream Drummer, grab Dragias, and summon it out. 1 and 2. Then we throw down Ghost Cyclone, activate Dragias' effect. Set 1 more. Burning Blaze Dragon is next. And we go for game. And they concede. A very interesting match. I've definitely been in their position before, and it's really frustrating on the opponent's side. Which is why I didn't send them a nice. I didn't want them to feel like it was a bad manners. But just going through 20 cards, not finding any high levels, they're all on the bottom of the deck. It feels bad. For sure. Let's move on to the next game. Oh, and it looks like we actually just crossed the 4-hour mark on the stream. A fitting time to be actually running in the top 100. We are up second. This is a pretty good going first hand. But it all comes down to whatever we all decide to draw and play. They set a monster. Off to a good start. Burning Blaze Dragon. Looks like it is the mirror match. And setting a Seahorse Carrier is really interesting. The rest of their hand must be playables. No. Interesting. Let's see what we've got. I kind of want to use the Speedy Performer. So if we summon Lamoon, we can Speedy Performer, boost it up to 16, mill a card, see what we get. And then I could Seahorse Carrier to leave it on board, but I'd rather probably just set it and bring out the Ancient Arise Dragon. We are losing to exactly Widespread Ruin, but if they opened it in the first 5, it is what it is. 5 out of 6 times, this play is correct. And even with the knowledge that they drew a back row, it is still like a 1 out of 4 or 5 chance for that one back row to be the Widespread Ruin. I might get Ghost Cycloned, which would be fine because they have 4 monsters in the graveyard. But that face down card might be Recital. I feel like it didn't activate during the first attack, and then it was available during La Moons. Alright, so they are setting 2, and it looks like they are going for a Tribute Summon. Ancient Arise Dragon. They do have the cards set up. And La Moon is going down. So I am taking some big damage, potentially. But their only monster is the Ancient Arise Dragon. So it's not as bad as it could have been. Okay, an odd set of cards here for sure. I think I will Dream Drummer. Activate the effect. We'll get this away and return the opponent's Clear Ice into the deck. Then I can summon my own Clear Ice and boost it while sending a Burning Blaze to the graveyard. Then I set a couple of monsters, and I will even Tribute set, because I have a really good feeling that my attack is not actually going through. How many dragons do I have? I have exactly 2, so a Phantom Bind is actually a trade. Okay, I didn't miscalculate. It was a trade. Which I'm fine with. Getting rid of Ancient Arise Dragon is probably worth it. Especially since they are down one of their Phoenix Dragons already. They set a monster, but that doesn't mean anything. Defense mode monsters can be tributed, as we see here. Clear Ice Dragon coming out, and a Burning Blaze Dragon to go alongside it. Do they have the 5th monster? And it's a Dragorite. Probably one of the strongest monsters they could have had. They do have a couple dragons in the graveyard, actually. Oh, but they're shuffling it back. 1 and 2. Theoretically, if they miss sequence, I could prevent some damage this turn, but... Oh, wait, they might actually miss sequence. Because they might try to go in for 26. Alright, so our trap card did save us from a little bit of damage, forcing them to swap the attack order. But now they know we have it. Our move. This is not looking good. Set 1, set 2, and set 3. Throwing down all of our traps. Though actually this might not be too bad. If we can keep all of our trap cards around, and then actually establish a strong board on the next move, it'll be really hard for them to overcome it. And I could always choose to pop the Widespread if it is advantageous. We are currently down 1 Ancient Arise and 1 of each big dragon. They have a Hammer Crush. Alright, do they snipe? They get a Phantom Bind. But that costs them a fair amount of cards. Unfortunately, their resources are plentiful, as I didn't do anything to their board on the previous turn. Imagine, like, if they had an empty board, the Hammer Crush would be really bad for taking up 2 slots and not letting them establish any presence. Unfortunately, they are already on the offense, so the Hammer Crush is a huge boon in this specific case. They now have 3 dragons in the graveyard. Which does mean, if they swing into a 1400, 4 dragons in the graveyard. Oh, and here comes Ancient Arise Dragon. Monster Reincarnation, they're going for a full field. A set monster, sure. And another Clear Ice Dragon. They are returning more of my low levels to the deck, I think. Basically making it harder for me to... Oh, they're returning my Blaze Dragons. Do I want to pop anything? Hitting that doesn't seem too impactful. I could Phantom Bind here. Do they have dragons? 1, 2, 3, 4. So I can actually keep a monster alive. I'll go for it. Alright, this move is very aggressive, but by doing it this way, I keep 2 monsters on board for a counterattack. All I have to do is draw high levels and we're good to go. I drew plenty of high levels and a monster reincarnation. I have an Ancient Arise Dragon in the graveyard already. We gotta make sure I don't mess this up. We're gonna start by using... Okay, so if I use monster reincarnation, I can trade this for Ancient Arise Dragon, summon it out, then La Moon, and I would have 2 monsters on board. Is that good enough? Do I have access to Dragius? No. Okay. Do I have access to Clear Ice Dragon? No. And I do want to use Clear Ice Dragon because it's the superior option, to avoid getting hit by the opponent when they go for their next Ancient Arise Dragon. So we activate Monster Reincarnation. We will... Oh, we could ditch this one actually. Okay, we get rid of Burning Blaze Dragon. We add Ancient Arise Dragon. Set. Then we Tribute Summon. This is starting to come together. 1 and 2. Then, activate the skill. We definitely want to boost. And we need to send a card to the graveyard. Clear Ice Dragon. Then we boost with Ancient Arise Dragon. But I don't see a reason to return them to the deck. I still have all of my Phoenix Dragons for later. So we are good. Now I'm dealing 1,600. I could summon La Moon here. But they also have all of their Phoenix Dragons, so I don't want them to actually be able to pop anything with Ancient Arise. I'm just gonna set. So I should have kept the Kanon. As having the 1,400 defense would be a little bit better. So we pass. And my deck contains a Dragius and 2 Phoenix Dragons, so I should still be able to make a good play on the next turn. Alright, they have Currybot. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to shuffle their stuff away because I didn't have any Phoenix Dragons available in my graveyard. So they do unfortunately get to use this Currybot. Phoenix Dragon as well, and this is exactly what I was talking about. And using the trap cards, played around this Hammer Crush, forcing them to discard it, I guess. We see a Clear Ice, so they don't choose Ancient Arise Dragon. They had 2 of them in the graveyard, but they chose a 1 tribute monster. What kind of crazy hand do they have? It must be Dragius. Double Doom. And then Clear Ice Dragon should be next. This all makes sense so far. And they even have a card they can set face down for protection. We haven't hit their Widespread Ruin yet, and they are quickly approaching no cards left in deck. How are my Ghost Cyclones? We actually still have both of ours available. It's gonna be an interesting draw. Basically, I think we need to find exactly, like, Ghost Cyclone, a Phoenix Dragon, maybe the third Seahorse Carrier. Basically, we need a way to destroy the trap card, get a monster strong enough, or Ancient Arise Dragon actually is fine. So we don't need Dragius, but we do need Ghost Cyclone. Okay, we find both of them, which is a bit more than I wanted. We can pop. It is Widespread Ruin. What's our graveyard look like? We have both of our thingies. So, unfortunately, they still have 2 Phoenix Dragon in those last 8 cards. And I think that's gonna be game. I can ditch the Ghost Cyclone, but that can only get me a high-level monster. Clear Ice Dragon, I could shuffle in random monsters from the opponents. Graveyard back into the deck. But I don't think that really serves a strong purpose. One and 2. Let's mill 1 and shuffle in. Yeah, if we had gotten another low level instead of the second Ghost Cyclone, I think we would have been fine. Yeah, see, it's high enough damage. They only had 1100. So if we had one more low level monster, we could have summoned it out and swung in for game. And here comes Phoenix Dragon to end things off. Burning Blaze Dragon. That's good enough. Or if the Ghost Cyclone was even our Phantom Bind. Here's a Frosty Frost Biter. So close, but they get us on the final turn. Yep, if we had a trap card, or even just a low-level monster to protect us, we would have gotten there. Very interesting game. Anyone could have won right up to the end. We lost a ton of points for that one. 1100. I'm used to only losing like 800 for a loss, so 1100 is a ton of points. We are going second again. But I guess when you're in the top 100, things get more punishing. You're gonna lose more than you gain for a win. Have to maintain that 60% win ratio. Burning Blaze Dragon coming out turn 1. I need some low levels. Clear Ice, they are setting up Ancient Arise Dragon. They tribute set for a Clear Ice and pass. Show me a low level. I think that works. Speedy Performer. Clear Ice Dragon. Oh, I can even mill one. Let's go for it. We mill an Ancient Arise. Probably not the one we wanted, but that's fine. Clear Ice Dragon. activate the skill. We can send the other one to the graveyard. And then we could drag Geas if we want to, or we can set the Phantom Bind and have a better turn later. You know what? I don't think drag Geas is worth it. It's just 2,500 and then leaving us with no protection. So we are gonna go for this. Having the monster reincarnation for later feels like it's going to be able to provide more value. Burning Blaze Dragon. We can just turn off the toggle. There's very low chances that it comes up this turn. Unfortunately, we don't have like a Seahorse Carrier or anything else set up either. So they have a big turn ahead of them. Ancient Arise Dragon. But this is another reason why keeping Dragias is beneficial. Not only do we get to keep the other resources that we didn't spend to bring it out, but we're going to be able to clear both boss monsters because of it. So we take the big hit, unfortunately. But now we have a chance to come back. We draw. And Ghost Cyclone is not going to do anything. But it is going to be a discard. Wait, we still only have one low level? I think we need to Ancient Arise Dragon. So let's... Right, because Ancient Arise Dragon can pop this and destroy that, whereas Dragias, is vulnerable to them using a second Ancient Arise Dragon. And then we would just die. So we need a monster reincarnation. We need to ditch the high level and just get a low level monster. Speedy Performer is fine. Oh wait, but we needed, if we needed to get the Ancient Arise Dragon, we weren't able to do that. So this is quite troublesome. 1 and 2. Basically, if they get out another Ancient Arise Dragon, the game is over. And we just milled our second Ancient Arise, so we can only have Phoenix Dragon to access it in the future. What is the reward for round 2 of the Goha Rush Festival? I'm pretty sure it is actually like just a profile icon, so it's not worth grinding unless you really like Rush Duels. Seahorse Carrier, they are making a huge play. They do have 2 Burning Blaze Dragon in the discard pile. So if they don't find a clear Ice Dragon, maybe we can sneak through. Don't let them know. Ancient Arise Dragon, be very, very quiet. We don't want to tell them. They figured it out. Oh no. This is... We tried our best, but yeah, we just didn't draw the low-level monsters we needed. There is no reward, only grind. It's just like a metaphor for life itself. You just play it because it's a good time. We like rush dueling. There is no intrinsic value in the universe. I sent them the nice, and we keep on going. 32. We were at 32,000. Now we're back in the low 30s. But we can't let a couple of losses get us down. We are heading straight for 35,000. We can do it. We got all the way from 18,000 to 30. We can definitely make it the rest of the way. Alright, so we are up first. Alright, and we kind of like this hand. Definitely just gonna throw down some cards. Losing a Phoenix Dragon is kind of lame, but unlike Dragonic Resonance, we are able to shuffle them back once we start finding Clear Ice Dragons. And Noah says this event might as well be called the Dragon Cup. It's disgusting. You see, I happen to think Luke is the best character in the show, so I am thriving. Okay, yeah, we just widespread here. And if we draw any tribute monsters next turn, we kind of just blow them out of the water. Let's make it happen. Clear Ice Dragon. It's not really what we wanted. We'll throw this down. We will, we can actually tribute a psychic monster. And it's very funny, so I think we're going to do it. Tribute. Activate the skill. 1, send the Burning Blaze. So Ancient Arise is set up for the future. Oh, and we can actually monster reincarnation. Let's go ahead and use Clear Ice Dragon. We return this to the deck, and we're sending that Sports Dragon back with it. Next up is another, well, we could Dream Drummer, but we're not going to gain the life points, so it doesn't seem super worth it. Yeah, let's go ahead and use Monster Reincarnation. Ditch a Dream Drummer. Grab a Burning Blaze. Okay, this is actually coming together. Tribute Summon the Burning Blaze Dragon. And then La Moon is actually a relatively reasonable body to put on board. Head into the battle phase. This doesn't play around Recital, but they shouldn't be running it. So we swing in and we deal actually a ton of damage here. It took me a long time for my brain to come up with this play, but it worked out. So Noah, if you're not a big fan of the Dragon Cup, I assume that means you're not grinding very much. Because like we were talking about earlier, there is really no reward for it. We're all just here having a good time. Phoenix Dragon coming out does let them theoretically go into the Gravity Pest Dragon a second time. But they go for a Bunker Strike. Not even drawing a card with the Triad Drago. We will take those. They mill a second copy of Gravity Press, which is unfortunate because Gravity Pest Dragon kind of sucks. I want them to draw all of them because the card doesn't do anything. And now they're gonna kind of pummel me into the next millennium. Appears to be the case. Alright, but they are down to just 1,800. So if we can make a good push, we can win. Let's start with Ghost Cyclone to remove that Phantom Bind that they've been holding on to. Then, oh, it's actually the Widespread Ruin, and they didn't use it last turn. That is a huge mistake. I will grab La Moon. Summon La Moon. Summon the Speedy Performer. And now we can boost La Moon. And then we can summon Ancient Arise Dragon. Wait, I think I missed Lethal. That's unfortunate. But okay. So 3,000 is 1,500. Then 1,600, 1,700. Yeah, if I had used the Speedy Performer on Ancient Arise, we would have KO'd them. We missed Lethal. So instead we are just going to destroy the cards and swing. Unfortunate. We had this game won. Hey, how's it going, Grand Harrier? Grind is going alright. We did make it into the top 100, but I switched off of Resonance to the Ancient Arise deck, which I am not familiar with, so I am misplaying and losing a lot. But it is also doing a lot better. But I'm saying I'm at 30,000, but I could be at like 35 if I was not bad at Yu-Gi-Oh! Noah says they stopped playing on the first day, was using Yami Ruler Red Eyes, went to 10k and then decided to break the next 5 games and I gave up. That happened to me at some point earlier at the start of the stream with the Resonance deck. Dragonic Slayer, of course, going to destroy my back row. But if we can survive this turn, we can still win. How's it going with you, Grand Harrier? I know you run the tournaments and whatnot, so I imagine you have some investment in the Rush Duel format. Oh, this is rough. Okay. We actually don't have anything to Phoenix Dragon. I think we just activate the effect and see if we can mill one. We do not. Okay. That's fine. Let's summon the second Ancient Arise Dragon. Because if they can't stop our attack, we can just swing into Dragorite and Lethal. Let's go ahead and activate Ancient Arise Dragon. We do mill a Clear Ice Dragon. So now we can build a full board. Let's Phoenix Dragon. Activate Phoenix Dragon. Ditch this. Grab Clear Ice. Tribute Summon. Get rid of this. And then Clear Ice Dragon can use its effect to put my Phoenix Dragon back into the deck. We will shuffle in just one of these. Okay, they concede. Is Ancient Arise good without the Aqua Engine? I'm gonna go with no. Probably not. You're going to need the extra cards a lot. You could theoretically run it with the Beast Engine. But the Beast Engine is just significantly worse than the alternative. So I would not recommend, I would run, if you missed the Mimi event, just play Resonance. It's one of the cheaper decks, it's one of the better decks, it might be, so, okay. How do I word this? I think the Dragonic Resonance deck is the best deck. But why am I not playing the best deck in the game in a competitive tournament? Because everyone knows that it is the best deck, they are preparing a lot specifically to deal with it. A lot of players have swapped over to Phantom Bind over other trap cards. And when that happens, even though Slayer is capable of destroying them, it's not quite as good. Basically, the decks are close enough in power level that if everyone's targeting deck A, playing deck B is the better overall option. We're going to go ahead and Ancient Forces here, boost up our monster, and send a Burning Blaze Dragon to the graveyard. We can then choose to Phoenix Dragon for the second one, and that seems like a reasonable play. So let's go for it. Phoenix Dragon, activate the effect, send Carrier, grab Burning Blaze. This isn't quite lethal or anything, but if they didn't summon any monsters on turn 1, they should have 3 level 7 monsters in hand. So we want to punish that if we can. I'm expecting a Widespread Ruin, otherwise they would have just conceded. But we deal 18, and we are off to the races. Yeah, I definitely want to play in one of the tournaments eventually. It just hasn't lined up with my schedule. And I assume you're not running it, this week because everyone's busy with the Rush Festival. Like, I wasn't expecting to actually play in the Rush Festival at all. But then my schedule just happened to line up. So I said, okay, we're gonna go for it. See if we can claim the title of one of the top Rush duelists. I figured, you know, maybe it'll help get my name out there if they see, me on the leaderboard. And it's always nice to think, that I'm actually good at something. Alright, we are up second. We have a clear ice dragon, plenty of low levels. We'll have to wait and see what they go for. A burning blaze dragon is coming out right away. This is going to potentially set up their ancient arise dragon for later. I am expecting the mill. And then do they have any other monsters? Ending on just one is a little bit dicey. We have Ghost Cyclone, so we are going to make a guaranteed push. Let's see how good that push is actually going to be. With only cards like Dream Drummers and Speedy Performer, it's not going to be a very strong push. But I think we will go for it anyway. Simply set a card, set a card. We'll save the Seahorse Carrier, as it's the one that can potentially provide value on a later turn. Send this, and just like them, we are setting up our own Burning Forces skill. I will definitely be sending off Burning Blaze Dragon and entering the battle phase. If they didn't summon any additional monsters, their hand probably consists of an Ancient Arise and a Dragius, which is obviously quite threatening, but they don't have any engines set up to take advantage of it. There are no curry bots, no big vanilla aquas. Here's Ancient Arise Dragon, and while that does deal some damage, they aren't able to actually destroy my monster with its effect, which gives us another chance for us to find our own boss monsters. This isn't going to do a whole lot. Dream Drummer, Speedy Performer. We can't destroy theirs with the same logic as last time, but we do have a Lamoon, so we can actually push for some decent damage. Let's bring out Lamoon, flip Speedy Performer, activate Speedy Performer, boost Lamoon, tribute the other two monsters for Ancient Arise Dragon. 1 and 2. Then we just set. Well, first, I guess we can mill with Ancient Arise. I don't need to return the cards. So, Grace Princess Kana comes down. We have Seahorse Carrier set up for later. And we are making a honest push. We deal a little bit over 2,000 damage. My opponent, once again, didn't end with a second monster on board. So if we assume they have another Ancient Arise, or, oh, here comes Ghost Cyclone, they're going to make an equally aggressive push. No, 3 back row, and they end. This could be it. With Dragius and some other monsters, we can push for 3,000. Let's activate Ancient Arise. And do we actually want to return the monsters this time? It would stop a potential Phantom Bind. I say we go for it. We're going to return the monsters. This is going to reduce the number of dragon monsters in the graveyard. Then we summon another big monster, 1 and 2. And assume, even if they can... Wait, how many Aquas do we have? 1, 2, 3. Alright, so we summon Seahorse Carrier. We get 1 Aqua out of the graveyard. And this is important to reduce even more Phantom Bind damage. Head into the battle phase. Swing. They might widespread ruin us here. but that is fine. Now Dragius goes in, and we're able to finish it out. That was a close one. But I'm happy to see that we are still climbing. It's almost the next half-hour mark. So after this next duel, we might actually be able to see where we are on the updated rankings. Last hour, we did make it all the way up to 89. So let's go to the next round. If we can win one more, our position might be safe for a while. So, Grand Harrier, do you happen to know, in a normal KC Cup, how much do you need to make top 100? Like, if I get to a certain amount, when can I say, I don't want to risk losing any more games, I'm just going to hold my record and assume that it is safe enough that they don't pass me. Alright, so I kind of just want another low level. Speedy Reformer works just fine. Let's go 1, 2, and 3. And now I have Ancient Arise plus a Seahorse Carrier for next turn. I guess a back row also would have been fine, but that risks a Dragonic Slayer. They set a monster, 2 monsters, and they are going for a Tribute Summon. Let's see what they bring out. It's Dragius. Definitely not the one I wanted to see. Obviously they are able to bring in some big damage now. But if that's their only monster, it's not as bad as it seems. We're going to keep one of our monsters for sure. And I would love to draw one of my 1 tributes. We can't go Cyclone, obviously. Okay, but this is starting to work out. Let's go with Phoenix Dragon. Phoenix Dragon can't use the effect, but what we can do is tribute it for Clear Ice Dragon. Then, Clear Ice Dragon can activate its effect and return Phoenix Dragon to the deck. This is going to let me pop the 2 Sports Dragons in the graveyard, put them back in the deck, and prevent them from using it on a later turn. After that, we activate the skill, and we boost our monster up to 2600. We can send a card from the deck to the graveyard, which we will, and Burning Blaze Dragon goes. Now, we actually do still need to put a Clear Ice Dragon in the graveyard as well. So we can summon the Seahorse Carrier, and we'll use it to get back La Moon. After that, we want to put the Clear Ice Dragon in the grave, or we can not destroy the Dragius for free and simply run over it via battle. We won't have enough dragons in the graveyard for Phantom Bind or anything to make a difference. So we Speedy Performer, activate Speedy Performer, boost Clear Ice up to 3k. Now Ancient Arise Dragon comes down. 1, 2, and it's fine that we're not destroying Dragius because we have 2 monsters capable of winning via battle. Summon out La Moon and enter the battle phase. Swing in with the first one. Even if they Widespread Ruin, we're getting in for some decent damage. They'll probably decide to destroy Ancient Arise, but that's okay. We swing in for 12 and pass. It is, of course, a little bit unfortunate they had the Widespread Ruin instead of other spell and trap cards. If we had a Burning Blaze Dragon instead of the Clear Ice, we wouldn't have been able to get rid of the Sports Dragons. But we would have been able to play around the Widespread and make them destroy Burning Blaze Dragon. Ultimately, it's kind of a bit of a wash. Bunker Strike, and they are probably going to aim for 2 more low-level monsters. In the KC Cup, it's usually like 52,000 for top 100. Wow. That's a lot higher than I thought it was going to be. I feel like 52,000 is top like 10 currently for the Rush one. Okay, they only had 2 monsters. So our board is being cleared, but we do have an Ancient Arise Dragon set up for later. Now that the clear ice is in the graveyard, we just want to see some low levels. We have unfortunately already exhausted 2 seahorse carriers, and this is looking a little bit rough. We do have a Ghost Cyclone, but we have a ton of monsters in the graveyard, so we kind of don't want to use it. Let's go ahead and put down Phoenix Dragon, maybe? We can get back the Clear Ice Dragon and then cycle away the pitcher. So, but the Ghost Cyclone actually does help us a little bit. Oh, but it's too late. I already played the monster. So let's go ahead, activate the effect. We're going to ditch Ghost Cyclone, grab it back, the Clear Ice Dragon, Tribute Summon, and then this basically lets us get back the Phoenix Dragon for later. And once again, we are going to be denying Sports Dragon from activating any effects. Then we Speedy Performer. We have 1 of each. So we want to send another to the graveyard, because we're about to shuffle them back and we want to have the effect live in the future. So we're going to get rid of the Burning Blaze Dragon, summon Ancient Arise, and we'll destroy Dragorite. So the benefit to keeping the Ghost Cyclone in hand is that it makes a Slayer 50-50 on actually hitting the Phantom Bind. Whereas now if they bring it out, they're guaranteed to hit the important card. And it's probably better to have the 50-50 on a Slayer than it is for me to deny a Sports Dragon. So I think that this was the wrong play. At 40k. Oh man. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to make it that high. We see a Sports Dragon again. And Triad Drago. Oh, they might be able to draw a card with Triad Drago. I think they must have something. Otherwise, I don't think this is a desperation play. I think they already had a 2 tribute and are just getting a bonus value before they go into a monster. Which is bad for us, obviously. We're basically just hoping that their boss monster is anything but Slayer. Because now I'm not sure how we win. If we even survive this turn. Maybe I should have just Ghost Cyclone, got rid of one of the trap cards, or even just set it. They are summoning out a Winged Dragon. And this is getting very close. I don't know if this is lethal yet, but it is, I think I'm going to have like 200 life left. It's kind of unfortunate. I did lose my Seahorse carriers pretty early into the game, making it pretty difficult to make this comeback. Obviously, I need a Phoenix Dragon to bring out a Rise and pop the Slayer, but we don't get there. So instead, we are going to Seahorse Carrier, grab some extra cards, because we need as many as we can get. Then we could Dream Drummer, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to set some cards, set a card. We do need to Burning Blaze Dragon, because we need to clear the Slayer, and then maybe we can somehow figure something out after that. Let's go ahead and summon out Burning Blaze Dragon. Our graveyard currently contains 1, 2, 3 Dragon-type monsters. So a Phantom Bind would put us down to 2,500 or 2,400 if we send another card. I am not going to send a card. We go ahead and set a couple more cards, and now we just destroy Dragonic Slayer and see if we can survive one more turn. We do have 2 traps now. However, they do have all of their Phoenix Dragon still available. And with only 11 cards left in the deck, not finding any of them seems unlikely. Here comes a monster. It's Lesser Dragon. So far, this is okay. But Dragonic Slayer is destroying one of my trap cards. Off to a bad start. Dragonic Resonance, and that's actually enough because I only have 200 life points remaining. After the Resonating Roar, oh, and Hammer Crush. So it looks like they got me this time. Alright, 40k. I wonder if I'm gonna be able to make it that high. I am pretty high now. 32. That was a record. Ranking. I made it to number 58. Obviously, I'm lower than that now because I just lost 1100. Yeah, so my initial plan was to get to 35,000 tonight, so I guess that is going to be the plan. Is try to climb a little bit higher, then call it a day, and see if that's good enough. If we get to the middle of the day tomorrow, and it seems like we're falling down significantly, then we will do one more stream. But for tonight, 35,000. Alright, a pretty good opening hand. We are set up for next turn. We only have up to 3 monsters entering the graveyard. We have a back row. Let's see what they go for. They start by setting a card. This is fine. Here comes the Tribute Summon. It's Bunker Strike. And they do put a Slugger in the graveyard, which we would like to get rid of, if we can get the chance. Otherwise, it's not a huge deal. They are choosing top of the deck, though, so I would like to shuffle away one of their cards to mess up their top deck. They summon Dragorite and another one. It's like they knew. Unfortunately, they didn't get any back row. So I don't get to have an incredible hand next turn. But it is a potential bait for later. I just need some high levels. That doesn't really get me there. Phoenix Dragon's not going to... Well, actually, Phoenix Dragon is good enough. Because I can... Seahorse Carrier. Add a card back. Summon out Burning Blaze Dragon. Activate my skill, sending another monster to the graveyard. So that's 1, send Clear Ice. Summon the Phoenix Dragon. Activate my Phoenix Dragon's monster effect. I'll go ahead and toss the Moon while grabbing Clear Ice Dragon. Next up is a Tribute Summon. I'm going to be able to destroy one of those Dragorites and inflict a little bit of damage alongside the way. Let's go ahead and set a monster and then activate Clear Ice Dragon's effect, putting Phoenix Dragon back in my deck and removing Sports Dragons from the graveyard, while also messing up the Bunker Strike. Enter battle, and we get a good start. It's not a ton of damage, but we have a relatively okay board. We have a Seahorse Carrier for later, and if they clear us out without a Slayer, we can even deal with back row. They are only down one boss monster, so we don't know for sure what's coming out next. Luckily, we do know Triad Drago cannot use its effect. Hopefully they mess up and try to do it. It would be very funny. They are using Dragonic Resonance. Oh, but maybe they're just tributing it off afterwards. I think they messed up. I think they actually wanted to draw a card with Triad Drago. Trinus Dragon uses the effect, but it's not able to actually really destroy anything. Oh, but funnily enough, since they aren't able to clear my board here, I'm not able to go Cyclone. So I do need to hope to draw into some big monsters. Dragius would be amazing, but we don't draw any of them. And not even a Phoenix Dragon either. Is there anything worth shuffling away? Not particularly. We don't have any monster recursion. All we can do is set 2. That's really sad. I don't think I want to send anything, because I'm trying to draw high levels. Let's battle, and see if we can at least take out this Triad Drago. If they widespread ruin us, it's pretty bad. But it looks like it is just going to be a Phantom Bind. Alright, so we did what we could. Unfortunately, we don't get the punish. Sports Dragon Slugger coming down, and they're probably going to try setting up their graveyard by tripping it off for another monster. Here comes Slayer, and unfortunately, that is the end of my Ghost Cyclone. However, it looks like they aren't putting out a ton of damage, which is always nice to see. In fact, I don't think they're clearing my board a second time in a row. I draw for turn, and once again, nothing worth playing. I think I just let them destroy the card because I need to draw more. I need to find those high levels, so I don't mind that they can pop my face down with the Slayer already on board. But yeah, we only have 2 of them in the graveyard, and we run plenty. Sometimes the draws are not in our favor. They do mill another Slayer though, which is interesting. Though I'm not sure how many applications it's going to have. They haven't seen any Phoenix Dragons, so they're always going to have access to their boss monsters. Their deck is low enough that they are basically guaranteed to draw whatever it is that they want. That said, there should also be like 5 Sports Dragons in that deck. Oh, and here comes Twin Edge Dragon, so I am taking a ton. We see a Sports Dragon go to the graveyard, and Dragonic Resonance is going to boost it up. And I'm taking 2,800, going down pretty low. If we get an Ancient Arise Dragonflight plus Dragius, maybe then we can start cooking. We do find Dragius, so that's something. But it's still definitely not enough. Given that we're fairly confident that they do have a Phantom Bind face down, if not a Widespread Ruin. I guess I'll Seahorse Carrier, grab a little something, just to defend myself with. Set this, toss down the Dragius. 1 and 2. Activate the effect, mill 1. And there's an Ancient Arise. Set to Battle Phase. Swing into Twin Edge Dragon. And then I think we have to just end our turn there. We definitely can't lose to the trap card. So currently they're able to beat Dragius, deal 300. If they're not able to find Dragius or Twin Edge though, we do have a chance. They are down 2 Twin Edge. So 3 cards in the deck. They have 5. They're missing 8. I don't know. I think if they had Dragius already, they would have played it on the previous turn because they would have been able to end the game. So it's basically whether or not they drew Dragius or if they have the 3rd Twin Edge already in hand. If they give me long enough, I will eventually find a Phoenix Dragon or my other Ancient Arise, which is nice to think about. And they are down to just 1600 life themselves, which is not a whole ton. We are drawing some cards. I think this might finally be where we turn it around. Phoenix Dragon and a Monster Reincarnation all at once. We need a ton of cards, so let's start with Seahorse Carrier and just grab a La Moon. And then we can work from there. Do we Monster Reincarnation? If we ditch Burning Blaze Dragon, we would have 4 low-level monsters. And that sounds pretty good. So Monster Reincarnation. Wait, I think we can get rid of the Widespread Ruin because we're trying to win this turn. So we don't need any trap cards. So let's grab Dragius. Well, first let's grab Ancient Arise Dragon, because that's definitely one of the ones we need. Basically, it has enough attack points that we'll actually be able to do things with it, unlike Dragius, which is kind of hampered by the trap cards. Then we go 1 and 2. Ancient Arise Dragon. We should have a Burning Blaze Dragon in the graveyard and a Clear Ice Dragon in the graveyard. We mill 1. We return cards to the deck, and then Dragonic Slayer is down. Next up, Phoenix Dragon. How many dragons are currently in the graveyard? 1, 2, and that's it. We're gonna swap 1 out for another. Burning Blaze Dragon, go away, and give us Dragius. Now La Moon can go face down, and Dragius can come out. 1 and 2. Finally, we are going to activate our effect, milling the top card of the deck. If all they have is a Phantom Bind, we should be okay. Swing in with Ancient Arise. If they have the Widespread Ruin, it's done. If they don't, it's done. This game is ending right now. It's a barrier. That's not enough. Dragius attacks. And then 1 more. And they concede. What an incredibly close game. And we are back above 33,000. Looks like we had a connection error at some point during that, but we are going to head right back into it. Yeah, I guess I am trying to think. It was probably around 20k last night. So if it's 30k now, 40k for tomorrow makes sense for being the cutoff. Still, I think 35,000 should last me for a while. So if we can get above 35k, that's just 2 more games in a row that we need to win. We have made it so far from where we started at 18k. We have an interesting hand. Probably would prefer to be going first, but it's okay. We'll see what we draw. They start with a Hammer Crush Deal. setting Hammer Crush to the middle section. That's an important thing to keep note of. Hammer Crush Deal also means they're playing an aggro deck. They set 2 additional back row. And if we think about it, we probably would rather destroy another back row that could be a widespread ruin rather than the Hammer Crush. However, we also don't have any boss monsters. So destroying the Hammer Crush kind of keeps our Phantom Bind safe, but Phantom Bind probably isn't that good in this matchup. Okay, go Cyclone. We'll destroy this card. And then I draw another one. It was a second Hammer Crush. I am going to go ahead and set this. And then if they want to use Hammer Crush, they at least have to commit a card from their hand. I will end turn. And we'll see what they do. This is the first time in a while that we're going against a pure aggro deck. It is, of course, Aqua aggro. Here comes Dragius to cause some trouble. Hammer Crush activating to prevent any shenanigans, but they lose a Prima Guitarna in the process, which I don't mind. Obviously, I would love to see another Ghost Cyclone here. Double Doom. They lose a Fire Guardian. Thanks, Rafflesia. How are you doing? Alright, so we do have a Seahorse Carrier, and it is live. Show me Ghost Cyclone and high levels. Not quite. Monster Reincarnation. Does that do anything for us? It might, actually. So let's start with Seahorse Carrier. Grab ourselves another card. Kana comes back. And they do have one Kana I'd kind of like to get rid of. Oh, but we have a Phoenix Dragon in the graveyard, so we're all good on that front. Clear Ice Dragon comes out next. Seahorse Carrier goes away. Let's start by activating the skill, putting our Phoenix Dragon back into the deck. Then we return their Kana. After that, we can Ancient Forces, boosting Clear Ice Dragon, and sending a card to the graveyard. Then we can set a bunch of cards. And I could choose to go for a Burning Blaze Dragon here. Using the Monster Reincarnation. Or I can try to get them to Hammer Crush it. I think I'm just going to set the Monster Reincarnation, try to bait the Hammer Crush, and then is that last card a trap? Oh, it's hard to remember when I attacked last time. Did I attack last? I didn't. So we know they've played 2 Hammer Crush. So there's probably a trap card. I'm going to swing here. It's a Widespread Ruin. That is dangerous. So currently we're taking 2,500 before they even play anything else. Seahorse Carrier, we did at least remove the Aqua from their graveyard. A second Dragius though, that is game. We've definitely lost. I don't see how we possibly don't die this turn. They need to have basically 3 more level 7 monsters in hand in order to not game us. Kanan. Interesting. But yeah, it is over. Swing in 1. And unless they mess up, that is game. They got me with those big Hammer Crushes. Though I guess Hammer Crush wouldn't have even made a difference. I could have brought out a second monster, but I didn't have a way to out Dragius, so it is what it is. I think going second there was definitely a big one. Oh, and they're at a pretty high rank, because I didn't even lose 1,000 points for it. At least, yep, I do not have to worry about their widespread ruin anymore. Alright, up against another Luke. I'm going second once again. This hand is looking interesting. It really depends on what they are playing. Or more specifically, what cards they draw. If they play into my hand pretty well, I could theoretically like just win the game on the spot. But if they just set 3 and pass like a normal disciplined human being, things become a lot more difficult. I will summon Lamoon, set this one, set this, summon out Clear Ice, and do I play conservatively? I think I do. I don't think destroying a second monster with Lamoon does a whole lot for me. So having the extra defense is what I'm going to value for now. I will set up Ancient Arise though, of course. Sending the Burning Blaze Dragon to the graveyard. Battle phase. And pop this one. It's a Triad Drago. Not a card they get a whole lot of value out of. But there's not really anything I would have wanted to destroy either. Maybe just a 1500. So I'm taking less damage. And here comes a Bunker Strike with 2 extra cards on the field that I wasn't able to get rid of. They are very easily able to just set to a 2 boss monster board. They also have plenty of Sports Dragons in the graveyard now. And here comes the Sports Dragon Slugger and a Dragorite. I'm definitely expecting another tribute. And it's a Slayer. Unfortunate. Say goodbye to my Ghost Cyclone, and they even have the card for backup. I'm going to have 4 monsters in the graveyard. So unless I draw Monster Reincarnation and another spell to discard, I can't go Cyclone. If it's still queuing, it looks like we should be okay. Hopefully we are back. Sorry for the delay. Technically the stream's title did say aiming for top 100 until the internet crashes, and the internet did just crash. So maybe this should be the final game. But if we win, I want to keep going, and if we lose, I want to keep going. It's a really addictive system they have set up here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Wait, did I choose set? Yeah, I'm turning off the drop for me to not get disconnected, whether or not we disconnect. I'm really hoping we are able to stay in the game. I'm happy with my opening hand. Okay, and they're setting a monster. Cards are coming through. It says we're connected, but they definitely wouldn't take this long to do really basic plays like this. Turkias comes out, and I really wish this was, instead of Ghost Cyclone, just a widespread ruin. We draw for turn, and we find the other Ghost Cyclone. It is taunting me. Fair enough. Dream Drummer. We can actually use this, and we can use it effectively. Let's go ahead and activate Dream Drummer's effect. We are going to gain 500 and get rid of a Sports Dragon Slugger. Then I gain life points. Set a monster. Ancient Arise. Unfortunately, I did not activate the effect last turn, so I don't have a Burning Blaze Dragon, but that's fine. I can still mill a card, set this, and head into the battle phase. And hopefully clear the board. 500, and Lamoon going in. Presumably the opponent's final card is also a level 7 monster, so I am a little bit concerned about that. Since they didn't play it last turn, I'm guessing it might be Dragonic Slayer, and they just were risking it with Dragius. They have 3 high-level monsters. This is our best chance to make a huge push. We definitely need to set the card. Summon a monster. I'm going to get Burning Blaze Dragon in the graveyard for later. Oh, I can Dream Drummer. But there's nothing I want to get rid of. Now I can multi-strike. And then if I had one more low level, we'd be golden. But unfortunately we do not. So Dragius activates the effect, and then we mill one with Ancient Arise. We are not returning the cards to the deck just yet. We just wanted something stronger to protect us from a widespread ruin. If they don't have anything, we win automatically. If they widespread ruin, we still deal 25. Unfortunately, we did reveal that we don't have any widespread ruin set ourselves. So it's a little bit concerning. They draw 2. They do only draw 2. Remember that they were bricked on 3 level 7s, so we managed to get the win. And it looks like the internet has managed to recover while we were sweating out that game. We gained 1,001 points. They must have been just barely above us on the rankings. 3-2-460. Matching successful. Let's start the duel and see what we're able to do. Oh, I should have taken a screenshot of my ranking because I got above 89th, which was my previous one. All right, we're gonna go ahead and turn. Oh, I closed out the music entirely. I got rid of the whole tab. Let's go ahead and close. They just set 3 back row and passed. We are going to push in as hard as humanly possible. La Moon. Clear Ice, of course. Burning Blaze. And we're going to boost the Clear Ice Dragon because if they do have the Widespread Ruin, we'd rather them destroy the one that has less attack points. Or fewer attack points, I suppose is the correct grammar. I can mill one. I don't see a reason to. Battle phase, swing in. Swing in again. And swing in. They are down to 400 life points and didn't have any trap cards that they could activate. These could be Bonded Bowings, but they could also be Battle Slashes. Or even the Barrier, as Barrier requires a monster in the graveyard. They summon out Red Eyes Black Dragon, but with only 400. This is absolutely our game to lose. Ancient Arise Dragon is a fantastic draw. Let's go ahead and we can't Dream Drummer. Wait, we can. So we can get rid of their ability to activate the barrier again. And that should be game. All we have to do is return this, shuffle their chick back, and all of their trap cards are turned off again. We gain 500, summon Ancient Arise Dragon, and let's just make sure, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that we have this. Activate the effect to mill. Activate the skill. Pump this up. No need to send a card. Set 1, set 2, set 3, battle, and finish it. Definitely a lucky round for us. We will definitely take it. We gain 1,000 points, and we're back up at 33,000. Seems like this is the new range where we are plateauing for a little bit. up against another Luke, and we are up second. We'll see if it comes to bite us later. We do have a trap card. Overall, a pretty good opening. Obviously, going first, this would be even better. But depending on what they play, or what their hand is, it could be good for us. I guess we do want them to tribute summon, and it looks like they might be. They tribute set, but they have a trap card as well. Go Cyclone, and we win the game. Not going to get it, of course. There is a Sports Dragon, so tributing Phoenix Dragon makes sense. Let's go ahead and summon the Phoenix Dragon, summon out Clear Ice. Tribute. Looks like the internet is still thinking a little bit, so we are gonna wait on future on the music. Let's go ahead and return the Sports Dragon into the deck. Then we can go ahead and activate our skill. Ancient Forces, boost up Clear Ice Dragon, and send a card to the graveyard. Burning Blaze Dragon goes away. Kanan comes down. Lamoon, and we set. If they have the Widespread Ruin, it's unfortunate. But if they don't, we're in a good spot. Destroy that, and let's see what their defense position monster is. Unfortunately, it's another Winged Dragon. This 1200 has come back to bite us a ton of times, but unfortunately, we are not allowed to run the 1400. They set a monster and another. Are they going to tribute? Let's find out. And it's Dragonic Slayer, the one we did not want to see. Really unfortunate. Their final card looks like it should just be a low-level monster of some variety. And losing the Widespread Ruin here sucks. The game would have basically been in the bag if we had the ability to destroy that Slayer. We find Ancient Arise Dragon. Always a sight to see. Seahorse Carrier. Let's go ahead, add back Lamoon. We do have one of each dragon in the graveyard for Ancient Arise. So, we summon Lamoon. Then we summon Ancient Arise. 1 and 2. Then we can activate Ancient Arise Dragon. We mill a card, use the effect, return 2 to the deck. 1, 2. Dragonic Slayer is going down. I would like to destroy Dragonic Slayer. And then we can actually make a pretty big play. We're going to have Monster Reincarnation and ditch our Phantom Bind. This allows us to get back Seahorse Carrier a second time, and then we'll be able to bring out Clear Ice Dragon alongside a Lamoon and push for a huge amount of damage. Additionally, Clear Ice Dragon is going to set up another Ancient Arise Dragon if we ever find a Phoenix. So let's go ahead and activate the skill, boost ourselves up, and then mill Burning Blaze Dragon. Summon Lamoon, and we head into the battle phase. Swing in number 1. It's Widespread Ruin? I thought they didn't have that. Didn't they not activate it last turn? I suppose we just lose. But it is fine. We did just win a couple of games in a row. So, I guess they, no. Yeah. I feel like they had an opportunity to Widespread Ruin us, and they didn't. They summon out the Triad Drago, and use Resonance early. They might be going into a Gravity, no, that's all they have. This game is not over yet. I thought for sure we were just losing, but it looks like we get another turn. If we draw really well, we can turn this around. Dragius is always a decent start. We only have 2 low levels, so we have to play them. Oh, I could have gotten some extra value. Do we have a psychic? We don't actually have anything to shuffle away. So we just set, then, Dragius away. We will keep the Clear Ice Dragon as a boss monster for later. Activate Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. We mill a Go Cyclone. That's fine with me. Destroy the Triad Drago. Now it's our turn to deal a bunch of damage. And we will see what they've got. It kind of comes down to this last turn. I think this is the big one. If they had anything last turn to get a boss monster, they would have done it. They set 2. But they know that's not enough. They must be tribute summoning. And unfortunately, it's Dragonic Slayer plus Twin Edge. If there was any other boss monster, we would have been fine. What a down-to-the-wire game. Congrats to them on the victory. Hopefully they get the placement they're looking for. They also had a Dragius. But that is going to do it. Back down to the low 30,000s. Only lost 888, which means we were playing against someone very high ranked. I definitely recognize that name from the leaderboard. Let's go ahead for another round. Oh, and we just crossed the 5.5 hour mark. We've been streaming for quite some time, and the results have been evident. 1,800 all the way up, or 25 down to 18, all the way up to over 30 is quite the journey. Let's go ahead, set a monster, set a monster, and we will set one more monster. Wait, let me make sure I clicked on set. Perfect. Alright, let's see how it goes. We have a Burning Blaze for next turn. We have some decent defense values. Twin Edge Dragon, Phoenix Dragon, probably getting tributed off, if I had to guess. And it's a Slayer. Good thing we didn't have any spell or trap cards for them to get. They do have one of their own, though. And unfortunately... Oh, okay. Go Cyclone one time. Can we get it? We get 4 cards, we're running 2 copies. All we want is a Go Cyclone. And we find it. But we have a monster. Never mind. I'm an idiot. We can't activate the Go Cyclone. So if that's the case, I think all we can do is bring out the Burning Blaze Dragon, activate the effect. We will mill a Clear Ice Dragon as well. Then we set Speedy Reformer, throw down some face downs, and see if we can at least destroy this Dragonic Slayer. If they have the Widespread Ruin, it's a wrap. They don't, though. It could be a Hammer Crush, or maybe a Dragonic Pressure. I have seen a couple of Dragonic Resonance players running Hammer Crushes, so, and even Go Cyclone. I guess ultimately our board is not too bad. Double set, they are going to Tribute Summon. And it's time for Dragius. That's definitely a big one. Double Doom. And then they summon Winged Dragon. Do they have another one? No. Which means it's time for us to get our revenge and activate a Widespread Ruin of our own. We are keeping our best monster on board, though we are losing the other 2 supporters. And we still can't go Cyclone. We draw for turn. 2 Phoenix Dragons. We can get a Clear Ice back. But there's nothing really we want to shuffle away, which is pretty interesting. Ultimately, I think this is the right play. Phoenix Dragon, into a clear ice. Then Phoenix Dragon again into a second clear ice. Though I guess I should have gone the Burning Blaze. I should have used my effect first to mill a monster. There we go. Throw down a face down. Activate our skill. Boost this one. And do we want to send a monster to the graveyard? We have 1, 2, 3 dragons. So no, I'm not going to do that. Oh, but we can actually activate our effect and put Phoenix Dragons back into the deck. That is worth it for sure. I will give them a Winged Dragon. I really can't afford to put any of those other monsters back into their deck. So, Battle Phase. And we swing in. Is the new card a Widespread Ruin? Doesn't look like it. We only have 2 or 3 dragons in the graveyard. So we are good to swing on in. We pass. And we have a Burning Blaze Dragon ready to go. Hopefully we're able to find Ancient Arise Dragon specifically. I think it's the one we probably most want to see. Triad Drago coming down, but we'll have to see what they do with it. Sports Dragon Pitcher, and presumably going into a Tribute Summon. Here comes Dragonic Slayer to destroy my trap cards and be a general big meanie. Dragorite coming in as well, and Dragonic Resonance to boost them both up. Do they have the third card? Did they forget to click? They concede after forgetting to click on Dragorite. I will send them the nice. It happens to us all. I've definitely lost a game or 10 doing the same thing. 33-5. And it's time for another match. And as you might expect, our opponent is Lucidian Luke Callister. We are going second again. I feel like we've rolled second quite a bit over the last few hours. They set a couple of monsters and pass. It looks like we are probably doing a pretty similar performance. Because I'm not seeing a real reason to expose myself to damage. Though I guess you could argue I want to set up an Ancient Arise. So I will mill just the one. Just in case we drop the Ancient Arise Dragon, we now have both dragons in the graveyard. We go ahead and blow up a Twin Edge Drago. That's fine with me. Anything that can swing twice is a huge threat to my life. They probably do have a big monster to bring out, unfortunately. And here comes Dragonic Slayer. But I didn't draw any spell or trap cards, so it's better to see them come out early, rather than later. They Dragonic Resonance, so they probably don't have another level 7. Or at least they're not planning on using it. They ditch a Dragorite and enter the battle phase. I'm taking around 2,700, I think, in damage. We do have an out to Dragonic Slayer, so that is a start. We draw terribly. Are there any cards we want to put back in? Not particularly. If we just drew one more low level, we'd be in business. But, you can't always get what you want. Let's go ahead and clear Ice Dragon. We need to put that Phoenix Dragon back for later. And while we're at it, we can get rid of the Sports Dragon Pitcher. Then, the only other thing we can do is activate Ancient Forces. Go here, send a card from the deck to the graveyard, of course. We will send a Burning Blaze Dragon. This will shuffle the deck for us. And then we set 2 cards. Now Dragonic Slayer is going down. And we might be in an okay spot. We have an Ancient Arise Dragon set up. We have some protection. They are down to 1 Slayer. But they do have a ton more ways to get to it. If they don't find a Slayer this turn, though, I think we win the duel. Triad Drago. That's fine so far. Tribute Summon, presumably. But it's another Dragonic Slayer. I was really hoping for a Bunker Strike instead. Monster Reincarnation, don't tell me they have 2 Slayers. That's incredible. Wow. That is exactly what they needed. Say goodbye to my trap cards. I wonder if running no traps is actually the right play. If I just put in some extra monsters, I wouldn't have to worry about these Dragonic Slayers anymore. But obviously I am also winning games because I'm resolving the trap cards, so it's hard to say for sure. 933, we're fighting another high-ranking player. Nana Opa Bato Yobe. I don't know what that means. Opoi. Matching successful. Let's get into the next duel. It sounds like I am fighting a lot of the top 100 Japanese players at this point in time. So winning these duels is pretty difficult. I am up first. And we draw a pretty solid opening hand. We've got playable cards. We have a setup for a future turn. Ghost Cyclone is live if we draw it next turn. Oh, but I probably should have played that in attack mode. Anyway, I pass. But I didn't want to open myself up to like a big Dragius ending the game. Only having 2 monsters is a little bit unfortunate. Slugger coming down, that's fine. They are going to tribute it off. Dragorite, but which one are they summoning first? Here comes Bunker Strike. That's fine. I get to keep my trap card for another turn. They lost to Dragius, so they're down 1 boss monster. And once we destroy Bunker Strike, they'll be down 2. They choose top of deck, so we do want to try to shuffle away their stuff if we can. I don't think we drew a Phoenix Dragon though, so we're not really able to. And since they weren't able to clear our board, we actually can't go Cyclone them. Which is awkward. Let's go ahead and play down the Speedy Performer. Flip summon Clear Ice Dragon. Activate Speedy Performer's effect. Boost up Clear Ice Dragon. Then we will summon a second Clear Ice Dragon over the first one. Activate Ancient Forces. Boost you even higher. Send a card to the graveyard, yes. Burning Blaze Dragon. And then I think we have to kind of just go for it. If they have Widespread, they have it. But otherwise, we get to clear the board. Though, they did get to set up both Sports Dragons without me interfering. Unfortunately, I didn't have any low-level monsters to use my effect. Phoenix Dragon, here comes Dragius. As expected. And there's no way they are going to end up with 9 monsters in the graveyard this early. If I had 2 Phantom Binds, I would be somewhat okay with it. But I'm not going to go that crazy. So we go Cyclone. We'll destroy this one because the other one didn't seem to be a Widespread Ruin. We hit Widespread Ruin. Oh, and we actually have the second Ghost Cyclone, so let's destroy that one as well. It should be Phantom Bind. It is. So now we get 2 Grace Princess Kana, which is good enough for me. Ancient Arise Dragon, come on down. Unfortunately, we don't have another monster. So we're not going to deal any damage this turn, but we are going to clear the board. Let's send these back and pop Dragius. Oh wait, I can actually destroy this one and then deal 500, which is nice. Rush Duel DP has 2 very good things, gems and the music of stage 2. I actually am not listening to the soundtrack. What's it like? I guess I can turn it on. Okay, they set a ton of back row. But we know that they don't have a widespread ruin, so we can actually start being a little bit aggressive. Or we could if we actually drew some low-level monsters. I think we are still lacking any monsters for the Clear Ice Dragon's effect. Unfortunately. I will tribute off this one. And I'll summon Burning Blaze Dragon. I set a card. I activate my skill. I boost the attack and send a card to the graveyard. That's all I need. Battle phase. And we destroy a sports dragon. Always like to see that. But they've got plenty where that came from. We've seen 1 Phoenix Dragon and no Dragonic Slayers. My back row are in trouble. Will I be able to defeat Luke, Lucidian, Luke, Callister, and claim my spot in the top 100 duelists of all time? Monster Reincarnation. That's an interesting choice. Could they be going for Bunker Strike? No. It's a low-level monster, Triad Drago. With this, they'll be able to draw an additional card during their turn. Oh, draws another card. They're looking for 2 Dragonic Slayers. If they get that, they destroy my board and destroy both trap cards. Here comes the first one. They found Dragonic Slayer. They have 3 cards left in hand. It's a Twin-Edged Dragon. But here it is. The second Dragonic Slayer. Both of my trap cards are gone. Phantom Bind will not save me here. And I'm taking a ton of damage in the process. But it's not over yet. I have on my side Ancient Arise Dragon. I draw for turn. And we get a Seahorse Carrier. With this, I'm able to return a light aqua vanilla monster from my deck, from my graveyard to my hand. I choose Lamoon the Party Princess. Next. What do I do? They have 2 threatening monsters on board. I can summon Phoenix Dragon. But even if I use it to ditch my widespread ruin, it's not going to be enough. Welcome, Doggo Doggo Pro. So, instead, I think I'm going to need to tribute these both off for Ancient Arise Dragon. Wait, no. I can do better. I summon Lamoon. Then, Ancient Arise Dragon gets tributed. 1, 2. I activate the effect of the Ancient Arise Dragon, returning 2 monsters from my graveyard into my deck. This allows me to destroy 1 Dragonic Slayer. I activate the effect of Phoenix Dragon, and you might not expect it, but Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius is going away. In its place, I take... Which one should I take? If I choose Burning Blaze Dragon, I can deal a little bit more damage. Let's see if it pays off. Burning Blaze Dragon comes down. No, this is just my voice. You're not actually, the first person to ask whether or not I'm an AI voice. And I'm not really sure why. send a card to the graveyard. Wait, are both Phoenix Dragons in there? No. I have one remaining. Let's take Clear Ice Dragon to the graveyard. I set a card. And battle. Attack Dragonic Slayer. Wait, did I miscalculate? Do I have enough for a Phantom Bind? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. With 6 dragons. I'm just barely able to keep myself in this game. They've seen Phoenix Dragon and 2 Dragonic Slayers. Will they be able to get over my board? This is the final turn. If they can't win here, they're not going to have enough cards in the deck to play properly. Slugger comes out. Their next boss monster should be a Bunker Strike. They're thinking. What do they have planned? So, going back to the AI voice thing, I definitely get that question a lot inside, when I used to play VR chat, it was really common. And then, what else? I think it might be because I'm kind of monotone. Oh, but that's game. Dragonic Resonance. And my trap card gets destroyed. My only hope. We were only one turn away from victory. Yeah, I think Luke will be taking up the vast majority of the top 100 as well. 90 might be a little bit high. Oh, and they actually had the Bunker Strike anyway. Wait, but why did they do that? They had a game. Wait, no they didn't. I forgot about the Sports Dragons. We somehow just barely managed to squeak by. What a tight one. And if we can win one more game, we will be rewarded with 30 additional gems. Alright, so we are going first, and we always like to see that. But I need another low level. I'll have to take what I can get. I set my field, and I bring out Dragius on turn 1. This is a risky maneuver. So since Sports Dragon Pitcher was... I don't think anyone was burping. I did take a sip of water. Maybe that's what you heard. Dragorite coming down. But with a La Moon, they're playing Ancient Forces. Oh, but that's bad for me. There's no way they're gonna have 3 dragons in the graveyard. Oh, Thunder the Thunder uses the effect. And unfortunately, I am taking a ton of damage here. I'm still in it though. I draw. Go Cyclone, but that's not going to do anything. And I don't have any targets for Seahorse Carrier either. What's my best play? If I summon Phoenix Dragon, I can bring out Dragius again. But I think, is Ancient Arise better? In this matchup, it very well could be. I'm almost summon Seahorse Carrier. Let's set this. And then I need to summon the Clear Ice Dragon in order to actually get myself to having Both monsters in graveyard for Ancient Arise. So let's put Phoenix Dragon back and get rid of their light Aqua. Now I can activate my skill and send Burning Blaze Dragon to the graveyard. Finally, I tribute summon Ancient Arise Dragon. 1, 2. Ancient Arise Dragon activates its effect. Then I return 2 cards from my graveyard into the deck. This shuffles the Phoenix Dragon that was on the bottom back to anywhere, so I can draw it again next turn. Enter the battle phase, and let's take out Thunder the Thunder. Unfortunately, Dragonite is sticking around. And they do have a lot of ways to clear this board. All I have is 1 monster protecting my life. Luckily, Seahorse Carrier cannot use its effect. Clear Ice Dragon, that's only going to have 2600. By itself, that won't be enough. They already have 3 dragons in the graveyard. But Ancient Arise Dragon will be. It goes up to 3000. And how many dragons do they have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Phantom Bind. This will cause both monsters to be destroyed by the battle. It's my move. With no monsters on my field, my face down Ghost Cyclone activates. Widespread Ruin is no more. And they concede. A quick victory for us. And we are even closer to 35,000. Let's check the updated rankings. 71st. I feel like our ranking was higher, but we went down. It's getting more competitive as by the hour. The 100 spot is still only around 30,000 though. Oh, but 32 is only 2 games higher. As expected, the 35,000 mark is around 50. I should take a screenshot though, because 71 is better than the 89 we were at previously. Alright, let's go to another game. And yes, I do actually quite enjoy the music. So, if I were to take out the Phantom Binds, what could I run instead? It would probably just be like a Currybot engine. Alright, I'm up first, and this is our first chance to break 35,000 points. Let's see if we can get it going. I'll keep the Seahorse Carrier for later. I have a light Aqua monster on my field ready to go. And with 3 monsters and no tributes, a Ghost Cyclone on the next turn could even let me draw an additional card. We see an immediate Black Dragon Rising, and their deck contains 36 cards, rather than the standard 30. Black Dragon Rising has 2 main variants, Warriors and Heavy Metal. Let's see which one they are playing. The first monsters we see, outside of the Black Dragon cards, should clue us in. Here comes the turn 1 Red Eyes Black Dragon. The set. And a Kanan. That does not tell us anything. Alright, our move. Ghost Cyclone can't be used because we have a monster on field, but we didn't draw it anyway. I summon. And next up, Dragius, for sure. Let's activate the effect. We have 1 dragon monster in the graveyard now. We are at risk of a Phantom Bind. Let's head into battle. It's possible there's a trap card, or a spell card. Nothing activated. Alright, we safely navigated the first turn, but we still know nothing about their deck. That's a spell card though. If it's a Ghost Cyclone, they'll have 4. Monster Reincarnation, and it's Warriors, confirmed. Seahorse Carrier rather than the Black Chick. Do they already have one? I wonder. Or maybe they're just summoning out 2 bigger monsters. Seahorse Carrier redirects Kanan from the graveyard to the hand. And here comes a tribute summon. Yami Ruler. Going to defense mode. And I can't tribute summon 2 tribute monsters this turn. However, I can summon 1 tribute monsters. But if I go in to a Phantom Bind or a Dark Ruler's Battle Slash, my own Phantom Bind will be getting destroyed. Is it worth it to just wait a turn and see what happens? It might be. We have plenty of resources for the next turn. Let's just set. They set another monster, or so, another trap. This is getting difficult to navigate. Oh, they swing in over that. That makes sense. I'm not gonna save it. But Kanan is sticking around. I draw. Ghost Cyclone is not gonna be any help. Let's see, what should I do next? Ancient Arise Dragon seems like a good play, but if they have Widespread Ruin, I am in some trouble. Phoenix Dragon could also get me a Burning Blaze Dragon or a Clear Ice back. But there's nothing I really want to send back with my effects. Do I have the... I do. I think we Seahorse Carrier. We'll grab Kana. Then we summon out Ancient Arise. Let's activate Dragius' effect. Then Phoenix Dragons. Phoenix Dragon, discard Kana, and add back the Clear Ice. Next up, Ancient Arise. We would like to shuffle 2 cards back. And then we can destroy Kanan. Then we summon Clear Ice Dragon. Our skill activates at this time, and we go here, 2600. We already have a dragon in the graveyard, so let's set up for a future turn. Burning Blaze Dragon, go. Alright, if they don't have Widespread Ruin, this should be very strong. But they do. Unfortunate. Now a Battle Slash is very dangerous. Do I simply wait? How long can I get away with just waiting around? Oh, and there are 2 dragons, 3 dragons. I have to pass.
見せてやる
Why would they just debuff this one? They have another plan for Dragius?
よしモンスターを特殊召喚
Defense mode.
よしモンスターを召喚
But a second Yami ruler is pretty strong here.
カードをセット
And a more back row too.
ぶちかませ
I will let that happen.
速攻で決めるぜドローカードを伏せるぜモンスターを伏せるぜモンスターを伏せるぜターン行くぜ俺のターンドロー
This game could go either way.
モンスターを召喚
Oh, Piercing Samurai? That's huge.
さあ
Oh, but they go for Yami ruler.
モンスター効果発動いでよモンスターを召喚
Another Piercing Samurai.
発動バトルだ食らえ攻撃だならばここでセットしてまずいぜターンエンドだ行くぜ俺のターンドロー
I'm locked again. But now I can't actually play one tribute monsters. So if I Dream Drummer,
モンスター効果発動
I can put a Dream Drummer back. Then I can shuffle away some of their low-level monsters. Slowly making progress.
出てこい
Here, Ice Dragon can put back a Phoenix Dragon
ドラゴンの効果発動
and then return another Kanon. After that, I could use Monster Reincarnation, but I don't think I need to. Not right now. I'll set it.
カードをセットモンスターをセット
I activate my skill. I go up to 2600, and I don't want to mill. I'll enter the battle phase,
行くぜ
and I'll try to deal some damage.
行けドラギアス
I'm expecting battle slashes
ならばここ
to
で
destroy some of my face down
カードを
cards,
使うぜ
but I'm okay with
トラ
that.
ップ発動
I'm working through the traps now.
まだまだ
Let's try to destroy that the defense position version of the monster.
クリア
I don't mind taking a couple points of damage if it means getting rid of a back row.
なんだと
Barrier. Interesting. They're getting rid of a piercing samurai. They're going for game.
ターンへ速攻で決めるぜ俺のターンドローカードを伏せるぜ
Another set. Another set. It never ends. And some attack position Yami rulers. How many warriors are in the graveyard? 1, 2, 3, 4. Not enough. Alright, we draw for turn. Interesting. Speedy Performer is actually a pretty good card here. I also want Seahorse Carrier at some point, because I need as many cards as possible.
モンスター効果発動。変身。
Let me make sure I have one of both. Perfect.
エンシェントアライズドラゴンの効果
Then I
発
can
動。
return cards into the graveyard, from the graveyard into the deck. And then we're not done yet. Do I have any Phoenix Dragons? No. That's fine. This can go up to 26.
モンスターを伏せるぜ。
I will tribute one more monster,
出てこい。
and I'll use my skill.
ならば。
How many dragons are in the graveyard? 1, 2, only 2. Battle
行く
phase.
ぜバトル。行けドラギアス。爆裂波動。エンシェントアライズドラゴンの攻撃。氷結のクリアバーニング。ただのかす
Wait,
り
did I not activate Dragius' effect?
攻撃だ。クリアアイスドラゴン。あいにくだったな。トラップ。お前の俺のターン。
I think I forgot to use Dragius. I mean, it doesn't matter at that point. I probably wouldn't have wanted to use it. If they still had 2 battle slashes. They're going for defense mode again.
モンスターを伏せるぜ。カードをセット。
And they set.
俺のターン。
We don't have any Burning Blaze Dragons in there. Phoenix Dragon can get us more cards into our deck.
フェニックスドラゴン。
Let's go ahead and use Phoenix Dragon,
フェニックスドラゴンの
sending away a Burning Blaze Dragon for a Clear Ice Dragon. Summon out Clear Ice Dragon.
出てこい。
Now use Clear Ice Dragon's effect. We return Phoenix Dragon into the deck.
発動。
We have to return one of the opponent's cards. We'll choose this one. Next up, we have a Clear Ice Dragon and a Burning Blaze Dragon in the deck. So we use Ancient Arise Dragon.
効果発動。
I send one to the graveyard, but then I put 2 back. 1, 2. Activate the skill. Send a card to the graveyard. No. Dragius' effect can activate here. But do I do it? I don't think so. Battle phase. Okay, swing. We're running out of time.
ドラゴンの攻撃。氷結のクリアバーニング。トラップ発動。
Barrier is not enough.
さあバリア。
Swing.
攻撃だ。クリアアイスドラゴン。
Swing.
行けドラギアス。爆裂波動。
Turn end.
あいにく俺のターン。
So we have very few cards in deck, very little time left. Death Gun asks, do I play Rush only or do I play Speed too? I play Speed a little bit, but not very often on stream. I think it's only been like 1 time. Currybot in attack mode is really odd, but they tribute off for a Kime Ruler. That part makes sense. They set a card, and do they head into the battle phase, or do they just pass here? They set a monster.
行くぜ。
Battling.
食らえ。
I activate Phantom Bind.
攻撃だ。マジセットしていたこいつを。
Unfortunately, it's not enough.
そんなターン。俺のターン。
I draw for turn.
ドロー。
Phoenix Dragon. 1.
フェニックスドラゴン。
Do I have do I have both in the graveyard? No, I need to get one of these in the graveyard. I activate Phoenix Dragon's effect. I mill this. I add back a Clear Ice Dragon. Clear Ice Dragon, summon.
出てこい。
I shuffle back. One of both using Ancient Arise Dragon.
ドラゴンの効果発動。クリージングライズ。
Why is it stalling? Okay, 1. Not my internet connection. I return Phoenix Dragon to the deck. I'll return a random card, a Curry Bot. Oh, I can return 2. I'll set a card. Activate my skill. Send a card to the graveyard? No. Why is it not working? Internet, don't fail me now. I activate my effect. Battle phase. Attack. Attack. Oh, they have a counter. Pentabind. That shouldn't be enough. I pass. But I'm out of cards. If they have 2 recitals, that's enough. I don't have any more. I needed 1 more card in my deck. I shouldn't have set the widespread. If I had just 1 more card, I'd be fine. Wait, is that it? And with no cards left in the deck, we got there. That was an incredible game. And we got to 35,000. I don't think it's getting better than that tonight. So I want to end on a high note. We hit our goal, 35,000. We had an incredible final game. Surviving multiple turns when they were just trying to deck us out, but we finally finished the job. We're at our goal. We got a good game. Let's end it on a high note. And call it a day. I will be back before the end of the event. If I fall out of the top 100 or if it looks like I'm really close to doing so. Let me check if there are any players over in Duel Links on Twitch. We have a couple of people. Not English, not English, not English. Alright, so we have 1. I'll go see if they're playing Rush. Oh, there's an advertisement. They are playing through Yami Rulers. Let me see if I can hear them. They don't seem to be saying anything. Oh, wait. You know what? Yeah, we'll go ahead and raid Icy Gamer Z2. Go over here. Go to raid. Oh, misclicked. And we are gonna head on over to that stream. Thank you everyone on YouTube and with Twitch who decided to tune in today. Have a great rest of your day.